Hi, good evening, everyone. Did everyone write the test, the weekly test that was provided? Okay, so most of you have not written the test so far. So please go and write the test after the class today or maybe in the noon tomorrow. So we were discussing the effects of urbanization the day before yesterday, that is on Friday. So previously we had discussed what is urbanization, what are the factors which influence urbanization, in which we talked about migration from rural to urban areas, what are the effect of this migration on both the rural and the urban areas. And then now we have to talk about various effects of urbanization. Apart from the effects of migration that we have seen, let's see what other effects are there. Now, when we talk about effects of urbanization, the first thing is that we have to look into various economic, administrative, socio-cultural, and environmental effects of urbanization. Now, the question I'd shown you before, one was related to one of the programs of the government, that is a smart city program. And generally, it can be divided into two parts. So one can be issues related to planning, governance, and financing in the cities, in the urban areas, and the other one can be socio-cultural problems arising out of urbanization. So let's look at these problems one by one and try to come up with suggestions then and there itself. So whenever we highlight a problem, let's try to suggest a way out. So generally, when we talk about urbanization, this is the picture that we have in our mind, that talk about beggary, slums, not getting clean drinking water, unclean surroundings, issues related to pollution, etc. Another point is that apart from the negative effects of urbanization, we have to be neutral while analyzing the effects of urbanization on various socio-cultural groups. So for instance, we are going to talk about the effects of urbanization on women. So urbanization will have both positive and negative effects on women. So it's not that we have to highlight just one side of it. We have to be comprehensive in our coverage. So let's start with this. Economic challenges. Now, one simple idea is that whenever people migrate from one area to another, and say this is your urban area, people have migrated from here, and they go here and increase the population density and the population of this area. So population density increases, so does the population, overall population of this area. Now think about this. This area has limited resources, and out of those limited resources, now there are more people to claim those resources. So the very obvious thing is that there'll be an impact on the basic services that are available. There'll be impact on the basic infrastructure that is available, and you'll find that people are not able to get access to clean drinking water. They're not getting adequate housing facilities in the cities. And another thing is that this excessive burden on the resources is going to create environmental problems as well, that we will look into. So one simple idea is people in search of, say, better job opportunities move to urban areas. But because of excessive population here, people do not get jobs, and they are forced to live in slum areas. And in slum areas, you'll find that there is problem with respect to drinking water, the problem with respect to getting consistent supply of electricity, etc. So this is something that can be simply understood. Another point is, when it comes to resources, two things are there which happen. So I think we had discussed this previously. One idea is that this rural area from where people have moved out, there won't be an equitable distribution of resources between these two areas. Generally, it is the urban areas which will get more resources. So most of the resources from these rural areas will be diverted to urban areas. For instance, take electricity. Now, electricity is not so much of a problem in urban areas. If you look at overall consumption patterns, it is urban areas which get more electricity and which consume more electricity. Another point is that one is related to consumption, and the other problem is that unutilized resources in these rural areas. That resources are available because think of people living per square kilometer of land. That is basically your population density. So the population density in these rural areas is comparatively low. But the main problem is that people have to migrate for better access to jobs and various basic amenities. Now think of a solution. Think of a solution here. What can be the solution to avoid this high population density in urban areas? The simple idea is, if you provide sufficient employment in the rural areas and in the suburban areas, people would not have to migrate. So one idea is, because one is population growth, which is contributing to urban population, and the other one was your migration from rural to urban areas. So if you want to deal with this problem of overburdened resources in urban areas, let's try to make our development more inclusive of our rural areas and suburban areas, so that people do not have to migrate to these urban areas. So one aspect is that. And in this regard, you can look at various problems that happen. One of it is increase in economic crime. Now just think about it. We have to discuss two dimensions here. Now, this increase in economic crime relates directly to poverty in urban areas. So the idea is, in terms of absolute poverty, you'll find there is more population in urban areas, and hence the number of poor people living per square kilometer will be more, because people have moved primarily for the sake of a job and they are not able to get one. So they will remain poor. So one basic assumption in this argument is that with increase in poverty, with increase in number of poor people, there'll be more incidents of crime that happen. So that is the basic assumption behind this. But otherwise, if you find, looking into various reports, that poverty and crime do not have a direct relationship. Now think about this. There was a report which highlighted this relationship between poverty and crime. And they were saying that in the year 2017, there was a dip in poverty. There was an overall dip in poverty. And we see that over the years, poverty has been on a decline. But the crime rates have been increasing. So it can be said that there is no direct relationship. But the basic assumption is that people, if they are not provided jobs, if they do not have sufficient economic resources, they would have to take up to anti-social activities. They would have to take up to, say, crime, theft, etc. But again, you have to keep in mind that poverty and crime do not have a direct relationship. But the general trend is that there has been an increase in crime rates with increase in population. Is the audio fine for everyone? Can you just give a quick thumbs up? Is the audio fine? Okay, great. So yes, there'll be a problem with respect to providing adequate housing, drinking water, and job opportunities to people in the cities. There'll be increased in incidents of crime. Then the problem with unplanned development, and you'll find in cities that there'll be areas which will be concentrated with, say, your corporates. There'll be areas which will be concentrated with your industries, and they would not have any residential area around. What does it reflect? That there is problem with respect to planning. again you'll find that the most important problem of traffic, because the first idea or first impression that you get is that of pollution and the problem related to traffic in cities. And the basic idea is people, if this is the city, if this is where you have most of the say jobs available, this is where you have your service sector and industrial areas concentrated, you'll find that within the city limits the cost of living is going to be high. So one idea is people would have to take up to living in slums. Another problem is that people, after they're done with their jobs in the evening, they would have to travel back to the place that they were staying in, and which will ultimately lead to this problem of traffic congestion. And there can be various ways. So when we are talking about these economic challenges, one idea is let's have an even distribution of our population across the country. If the areas are developed properly, take example of Bihar. If they come up with service sector and industries in Bihar, if they have sufficient number of colleges and healthcare facilities, people would not have to migrate so much, because it is one of the states from where most of the people migrate to other states. Another point is that when it comes to planning your cities, we have to plan them better. We have to keep in mind that these cities are not overburdened, and this is the idea related to over urbanization and pseudo urbanization, that we are not able to provide sufficient number of jobs, we are not able to provide basic facilities, and this is why Indian urbanization is termed as pseudo urbanization. Then think about traffic management. Now, one very simple idea as a solution is incentivize your public transport. So cities should have a good, strong infrastructure to provide for public transport facilities, so that people do not have to take to their own vehicles. Another point is, whatever traffic is there, you have to manage it better. And in this regard, you just have to look into intelligent traffic management system that was recently in news. And I hope everyone would have heard of this. If you haven't, just go to your internet and search it, because it was recently in news that Delhi is planning, they are going for surveys, etc., to put this intelligent traffic management system in place, wherein they will use your AI and technology to manage their traffic better. And this kind of examples you are going to find every now and then in your newspapers. And that's where I would want you to integrate these suggestions, these innovations with your static syllabus, because they can directly ask a question on role of technology in traffic management, because this is one issue related to urban areas, and it is not the questions on urbanization are not going to be limited to your socio-cultural aspect. They can definitely ask a question with regards to planning, with regards to governance, and they already have asked a question. If you remember, I had shown you a question, they have already asked a question. So please do take a note of these issues that are there in news, any kind of new innovation for to make your cities better, etc. Then there can be other aspects to this. Think about public transport, and think about, if the public transport infrastructure is strong, one is people have an incentive to use that. And you would see that in your cities like Delhi, in your cities like Bangalore, more and more people are taking to public transport, particularly your metro rail transport. So one idea is to have good infrastructure in place. Another idea is to incentivize it. And the third idea can be de-incentivize using private transport. Think of a simple solution. Think of a suggestion like this. So you have people going, working in service sectors, and most of the companies provide free parking facilities in the premises. Now, what if the parking facility is paid? Parking facility, to avail that parking facility, you have to pay by the hour, or you have to pay by the day, or maybe there's a monthly pass, which will be say incentive enough for people to use public transport in place of using private transport, which will ultimately help with traffic congestion and will be better for your environment as well. And we will come to the equity part. So yes, you can think of various economic challenges and the solutions therein. Similarly, move on to environmental challenges. So one idea is overburdened resources. So what happens to a sustainable development? It takes a backseat. You cannot think of say sustainable development with so high a population. Similarly, the consumption patterns in cities. Again, think of your service sector. You have 24/7 offices working, because with urbanization you have increased number of jobs. That is very simple to understand. Now with these increased number of service sector jobs, wherein most of the offices work 24/7 because of, say, business process outsourcing. Think of your BPOs. Now those companies are working for, say, American clients, they're working for UK based clients, and they will be working 24/7. So the consumption pattern of electricity, the consumption pattern of other resources is going to be different compared to any industrial unit for that matter. Similarly, if you think of environment, another idea that will come to your mind is that of urban heat island. That these cities have slightly higher temperature compared to the nearby rural and suburban areas. The simple reason is human activities. Human activities like using cars, air conditioners, which ultimately, and these machines, the load of machines, this increases the temperature multifold. Now, the idea is, yes, problems can be understood simply. What can be the solutions? What can be the solutions? So, think of again your cities like Bangalore, Delhi, wherein what they have done is they have moved the industrial areas to the peripheries of the city. Now, yes, there can be a simple argument that now you're not polluting the city, but you're polluting other areas. But ultimately, those industries have to be somewhere. So if the pollution levels in the city have increased beyond a point, why not shift them? And why just restrict them to shifting on the peripheries? We can shift them elsewhere as well. The only constraint is availability of infrastructure, availability of logistics, availability of raw material. So again, one idea with environmental problems is that let's have proper planned distribution of industries of your service sector based units. Another thing is, one is air pollution, then you can think of noise and light pollution. So if you think of noise pollution, because of your machines, because of various human activities, the levels of noise are way more compared to your surrounding areas. So one thing is, this has to be checked. We have to make sure that the industries which have bigger machines, which generate a lot of noise, they have to be say pushed out of the cities, pushed out of the residential areas, because the kind of distribution of industries that we have in our cities, you have industries ranging from cottage industries, your smaller industries set up in residential areas, and this is what you'll find is a fact in each and every city. Because of lack of implementation of or lack of enforcement of various government policies, you'll find that these industries are set up in your residential areas as well. So another idea is, let's have a check on these kind of industries. Another thing is, bigger industries, because of the financial resources that they have, they go on flouting the norms. They go on flouting the norms of waste disposal. They do not treat their waste before they discharge into rivers, before they discharge into water bodies, and which you would have seen, particularly in case of Bangalore, you would have seen that there were lakes which caught fire. There was issue related to foam in lakes. And what was that? It was mostly because of your industrial waste. So the idea is that the government enforcement has to be proper to keep a check on these. Then you think of light pollution. Now, again, think of your 24/7 service sector. They have to be up and working throughout the day and 365 days in a year. And because of which, you find that this there is now problem not just to humans, because humans, yes, we definitely have a problem because of all the lighting. We are not able to relax. The eyes are strained throughout the day and even at night. You're not getting the kind of deep sleep that you are supposed to, so which ultimately leads to mental stress. But again, think of your nocturnal animals. You have various nocturnal animals and birds who have to be up at night. And now with this 24/7 culture, you find it becoming a problem, not just to humans, but to your various other living creatures as well. Then there is a problem with respect to waste disposal. Now, one is industrial waste disposal. Another thing is e-waste disposal. And you had a question specifically based on service sector. You had a question specifically based on service sector, and that to IT industry. I do not remember the year in which it was asked, and we will take up that for discussion. And therein you will find the problem of disposing this e-waste, the kind of e-waste that we generate. And if you remember, you can relate it to the idea of consumerism. Now we go on changing products. If there is a new cell phone, we want to buy it. We end up buying it, but what happens to the older phone? Right, so the kind of e-waste that we have been generating for the past 2 decades is enormous, and there's no proper way to dispose that waste. Simply come to your household waste. How often is it that we segregate the waste? If you're living in a, say, a regular city, how often is it that you segregate the waste? It is generally only if the government agencies or your corporation makes it mandatory and they say that we are not going to take your waste unless until you segregate it. So if you segregate your plastic and your organic waste and glass waste as well, that is the only way we are going to take it. We are not going to take everything mixed in a bag. But generally in cities, you'll find that these laws are again not enforced properly, and people go on dumping waste. And with this, you'll find a lot of landfills around the city. Think of Delhi. You have pretty much on the every corner of the city, you have one huge dump of waste, which looks like an extension of the Aravlis for that matter. But again, the problem does not stop here, because one is you do not have proper ways to dispose it. Another thing is, if you're not able to dispose it properly, it is going to create problems in the vicinity. Wherever you dump that waste, you would have found reports in your newspaper that people from around those areas, people from the same neighborhood, complain of that smell, the smell of methane that is there, complain of various diseases that are coming up, complain of, say, the issue related, the mosquito related issues, complain about clean drinking water, that they are not able to get it. So what can be the possible solution? What can be the possible solution about this? Don't you think? And someone had asked a question regarding what is the problem with consumerism, because it ultimately helps our industries. And that was the argument, I believe, that it ultimately helps our industries and helps our economy at large. But you see that because of our consumerism, we are generating way more waste compared to what we can actually dispose. And with this, you can talk about your garbage that is being thrown in our seas. And another thing is you'll find is that there is a divide between the developed and the developing countries. Right, so developed countries are dumping their waste on the seashores of developing countries. They pay them a fee and they dump the waste there, which is again a problem. And you'll find the levels of consumerism way too high in our developed countries compared to our developing countries. So the per capita consumption is way too high. So one idea is it has to start on an individual level, that again, we do not have to say buy everything that comes our way. We have to be more sustainable with respect to consumption of our resources. How often is it that if you leave a public space, say you're sitting in your office and you're the last person who was sitting there, and now it's time for you to leave. How often is it that you will go and turn off the lights? How often is it you'll go and ask the person who is in charge to maybe turn off the AC of the entire campus, of the entire compound? And this is something we don't do. So yes, one is that it has to start on an individual level, but another part is that it has to be backed by laws. It has to be backed by government enforcement, because it is not just household waste. It is not just household consumption that is adding to this problem, but it is your industrial problem as well, which can only be taken up by your government agencies. So these can be a few things related to this. Yes, so XY is suggesting that in Indore it is mandatory, and people segregate the waste at the point of discharge. So yes, unless until it is enforced, people do not do it. People do not do it. We ourselves do not do it. Then another idea is same, having good public transport, that too which is environment friendly. Think of your electric buses that have been put in place. So there are various cities in which now you have electric buses for public transport, which is a good way out. Then again, you can incentivize your public transport. How can you incentivize? You can incentivize using your dedicated bus corridors. You can incentivize public transport by de-incentivizing private transport, having more, say, having a congestion tax. Like in the city of London, you have congestion tax in various places, because it will keep away people from using private transport if it becomes too expensive. But now another problem with that is now with the higher purchasing power of the middle class, because the middle class has a good amount of purchasing power, with all the cess etc that the government has introduced, they're not working very well. So one is complete ban. So for instance, in your NCR region, you cannot keep a diesel car beyond 10 years, for instance. But again, these also do not work very well, because after 10 years, you can sell it off or use it in any other region apart from your NCR area. Then also, when we talk about pollution-free transport, the first transport that comes to our mind is electric vehicles. So government is, for that matter, government is trying to incentivize electric vehicles. But right now, there are problems. So the first problem is the cost being on the higher side. Even with the government subsidy, the cost of the electric vehicles is still too high. Another problem is lack of awareness in people. So how do we calculate? So we think in terms of money. We think in terms of what is the cost benefit. So we see that if you buy a petrol vehicle and you run it for 10 years and you calculate the average cost per year for your fuel, etc. needs, maintenance needs, and you will find that it is still cheaper compared to electric vehicles. And that is something people would stick to your traditional ways, saying that this is something I know, this is something I've been driving for my entire life, this is something that everyone else is driving, why not stick to a petrol vehicle? Another problem with electric vehicles is that it is not that electric vehicles do not have any carbon footprint. And this is something I think you read in your environment lectures. So it's not that electric vehicles do not have any kind of carbon footprint. So you have to get involved in the process of manufacturing, assembling, etc., which leads to a lot of emissions. Then again, how about the disposal? How about once the battery is done, how do you dispose that battery? And also, you think about the problem related to not having a proper idea about what is the future. So right now, the problem with the buyers is, I was looking at a survey, the problem with the buyers is, what after 5 to 10 years? Once I'm done with the first battery, it is exhausted. Yes, I can give it back to the company. They can dispose it any way they want. I do not have to worry about it. But what about the cost of a new battery? What about the maintenance cost after we have exhausted the first battery? And these are the kind of questions which remain unanswered so far. So there has to be clarity on various practical aspects related to e-vehicles. So yes, another thing that puts people off is lack of infrastructure, because you need basic, say, your battery charging points. You cannot just rely on charge at home. So you do not have sufficient number of charging stations, etc. So yes, electric public transport in Bangalore, in Delhi, yes. Okay, so these can be various environmental challenges and the solutions. Now, what we have done in the upcoming slides is I have segregated those points related to governance, planning, financial autonomy to the say urban local bodies, etc. So you can go through those, but right now it's better to understand the problem and the solutions at the same time, and also try to think in terms of what are various government interventions. So for example, you are talking about Indore, giving an example of Indore, and again, that is one part of your Swachhata Abhiyan, your Clean India campaign. So keep thinking about the problems, the government intervention, and what can be the possible suggestions. This part is going to be fairly easy because most of you live in urban areas, most of you face these problems, most of you are looking for solutions, for suggestions to take care of these problems. So this is the phenomena of urban heat island. Now think about various politico-administrative challenges, starting from corruption. So once the finances has been allocated for a particular task, say to lay down basic your sewage infrastructure in the city, now there is no transparency how the local body, urban local body, is going to use it. Then even if you find that there is a problem, no one is accountable. What do you do about it? Then lack of public participation, because think about the primary goal of PRIs and urban local bodies. The primary goal was, let's deepen our democracy, let's decentralize our democracy, and with this decentralization, more and more people will participate in these institutions. But do you find that happening? Apart from maybe a few instances here and there, do you find that happening? If there is a problem, how often, as members of the civil society, how often do we take up or raise these issues? How often do we question our urban local bodies or our Panchayati Raj institutions for something that is not happening, for something that is going wrong, or maybe for something that can do better for our society? So yes, the basic idea was democratic decentralization, but it has not happened. So the problem remains with relation to your public participation, lack of public participation. And because of this lack of public participation, you'll find all the other problems come into picture. So because of lack of public participation, there is corruption, because there's no one to ask or no one to question the bodies. Because of lack of public participation, your administrators are not implementing the projects well. So unless until the approach is bottom up, because that is the ultimate solution, bottom up approach. Because generally we think of, when it comes to problems or ills of governance, generally we think of the government, that the government has to do something. But ultimately the answer lies in bottom up approach. Answer lies in public participation. So as long as we, as parts of civil society, do not question the government, do not question various bodies, agencies, that why is it that they are not working properly? Why is it that it has been years since a project was passed, but it has not been implemented? And this is the problem everywhere, ranging from PRIs to your urban local bodies to your municipal corporations. So you can think in terms of bigger, smaller cities, villages, everywhere, that because of lack of public participation, there is no one to question, and ultimately problems like corruption, lack of accountability, lack of transparency happens. Also, another point is that when you think of urban local bodies, again you think of democratic decentralization. So one idea is people becoming a part of it. Once people become a part of it, they'll be able to highlight issues, that this is the issue which needs to be fixed, so that they can come to a conclusion that this is in this manner we are going to proceed, and in this manner we are going to fix the problem. So the basic assumption, apart from public participation, was that these urban local bodies will have more and more flexibility in deciding the problem, in implementing various projects, in using the resources. But we find even after various recommendations from your various committees, this is not happening. They still do not have autonomy, they still do not have flexibility in using these funds. So I'll give you a simple example of our city. In our own city, what happened was that the state government had, or the local body had, the corporation had laid down the basic drinking water and your supply water infrastructure in the month of May. And they left it for very obvious reasons, that they did not fix it, even though it was time for monsoon, but they did not fix it. So that remained it remained a problem for next 3-4 months. Now after 3-4 months, they took out time to fix that problem, and they covered everything, they laid down the roads again, and all of a sudden it was time for Amrut. That the central government, without any deliberation, without any discussion with your state government and your local body, they started implementing the central level project. And even the local bodies did not obstruct to that we have just done the same work. They got the funds again, they invested the funds again, and the city remained say uncommutable for another 6 months, and they did the same exact thing. The budget was used for the same thing twice, and again you can question the problem, or question the quality of that work that was done. So you'll find that there is no cooperation between your central government, and you can think in terms of centrally sponsored schemes. That is where the problem is. See, they do not consult the local bodies, they do not consult the district authorities before passing any program. And also, when it comes to, say, providing financial resources, it is untimely. They do not pass the bills in time. Then another problem is they do not look at the outcomes of the previous, say, if they had given money, if they had given 100 rupees and the program has been implemented, everything is done, it was, say, was to be invested in infrastructure. There are no audits before they pass the next round of investment. Before they send in another 100 rupees, they would not care to audit what was done in the previous thing. And this is a problem with centrally sponsored schemes that we are ultimately going to discuss with policy design and implementation. But here you can understand that the local bodies do not have sufficient flexibility authority, they do not work transparently, there is lack of accountability, there is lack of public participation, which ultimately defeats the purpose of your 74th amendment, for that matter. Now let's come to various socio-cultural challenges of the cities, and this is something that we have discussed previously, but let's go through them again. Now, the population density increases. With increased population density, one idea is problem related to resources, overburdened resources. So with overburdened resources, you'll find a few people living in mansions, at the same time right opposite other side of people living in slums. So there is no equity for that matter. And equity in cities, I think, okay, I do not have that image. So equity can also be thought in terms of the infrastructure that is available for the poor. So one idea goes that the availability of infrastructure, if we compare the affluent and the poor, there's no equitable. It is not equitable. So if there are no proper roads are not available, there are potholes, there is at least certain section of the society which will go and fight about it, which will go and protest that why the roads are not proper. But if you think of basic availability of infrastructure for pedestrians, for the differently abled section, you find we do not have, and there is absolutely no one to question it. So think of the footpaths, availability of footpaths. Think of your walkover bridges. To cross, say, a main road, a major road, of 6-lane road in the city, you would have to say, this is the road that you have to cross, you are here, you have to go here. But you'll find a skywalk only 2 kilometers down the road. And it's not much that it takes to build another skywalk. So there should be a range. So this is again a problem of planning, that there should be a range that, say, maybe within every 1 kilometer, 1.5 kilometer, there should be, say, your skywalks. There should be areas to cross the main road, because this way you can avoid accidents. This way your city will be more accommodative of the poor as well. So there is this problem with respect to equity. So you can mention it, and in light of equity, if you see that generally it is the poor who are living in the slums, it is the poor who do not get adequate clean drinking water, it is the poor who do not get clean water supply, it is the poor who do not have basic cleanliness in their surroundings. So if you look at the socio-cultural challenges in the light of equity, it will be more convenient, more easy for you to understand. So with this high population density, other problem that happens is that any kind of disease will spread rapidly, particularly any communicable disease. So if there are more people packed in the same area, the chances are, and they are more vulnerable. It's very simple. They're more vulnerable to any kind of communicable disease. And you find that any kind of epidemic starts and mostly sustains itself in these high population areas, in these poorer households. And with this, you can understand the idea of ghettoization of your cities. So ghetto, you can simply understand it as people from one community living in a particular area, and then people from other community living in other areas. So there is a ghettoization in the sense that there are slum areas which are packed, which have problems of diseases, which have problem of clean drinking water. You'll find queues to use a public washroom, because obviously they do not have any private washroom in those slums. So there is a public washroom that everyone has to use. You can definitely question its cleanliness. You can definitely question the availability to everyone, because everyone has to leave for the same time, at the same time. So you're saying that equity is a hypothesis only, is it? So hypothesis in the sense, you find if you compare the availability of basic infrastructure, you'll find there is a huge gap. So there are 100 people using a single washroom, then you'll find that there are areas wherein people are living inside the same house. There are 3 people who are living, and there are 10 washrooms for that matter, right? So don't you think there is a problem with equity? Yes, you can question it on the grounds that it is ultimately their choice, how they want to do it. But my argument here would be, if it was only about fancy mansions, if it were only about buying fancy cars, it would not have been a problem. But when it comes to basic infrastructure, when it comes to basic necessities, basic necessity like clean drinking water, then it becomes a problem. So that's why we cannot say directly that yes, it is just a hypothesis. We see it actually happening. Okay, so with this, you'll find that more and more people are living in slums because they come from rural areas in search of a job. They're not able to find any. Where do they put up? They put up in these slum areas. These slum areas, again, would not have adequate housing facilities for everyone. They would not be able to maintain a basic standard of living. And you'll find that the city overall is also overburdened in terms of the health infrastructure, in terms of your basic availability of educational facilities. And again, you find that because of the expansion of these slums, they stay in that vicious cycle of poverty. How? They come for a job, they're not able to find any. They put up in these slums. They do not have access to good healthcare facilities, but they are more vulnerable to any kind of communicable disease that is going on in the neighborhood. If they fall sick, because they are more vulnerable, they again do not have anywhere to go. Any health facility will take care of them, because of which they would not remain productive. They'll fall sick every 3rd day. They'll fall sick every week. And again, not able to get a gainful employment. If they're not able to find any good employment, then again, they are forced to live in those slums. So which is a problem. So how can you again deal with it? How can you deal with it? This is the question. Yes, the roots are economic disparity. Yes. Okay, so redeveloping these slum areas can be one way because there is existing population. Yes, so what can be various government initiatives? One idea is slum redevelopment. Yes, so similarly, yes, so this is one of the suggestions of a committee. For rural areas, we have Manrega. How about a similar urban employment program so that we can employ these people? Because unemployment and poverty is at the heart of these problems. The problem of slum expansion. Very good point. The question is, how can we put a bar or put a stop to this problem of slum expansion? Okay, so the basic problems that we have with slums of not having adequate opportunities for education, healthcare, the problem of cleanliness, the problem of clean drinking water supply, the problem of having electricity or access to electricity, etc. These can be checked. And also you have to see that ultimately it is because of people coming from other areas and settling here in the cities, these slums are expanding. So what we can do is, again, equitable development strategy, equitable development planning across the country. Great. So yes, the kind of suggestions that you're coming up with. So one is talking about providing housing facility. In those terms, you can think of PM Awas Yojana, right? Then you think about another problem like prostitution in the urban areas. Now, yes, some of you might say that prostitution has been there since time immemorial. But again, you find that it is a particular problem in the urban areas, because mostly you'll find that the women who are involved in prostitution, the girls who are involved in prostitution, various reports say that most of them have been coerced, most of them have been trafficked, and hence they land in the problem or land in this profession of prostitution. And again, even though it's not illegal in India, but you find that there are various problems. Yes, it is legal, you can have. So the act basically makes any kind of pimping activity, etc., illegal, any kind of trafficking related to prostitution illegal, but prostitution as such is not illegal. Again, one argument in favor, and this is something you think and you talk about in ethics paper. So one argument is that it is ultimately their own choice whether they want to get into this profession or not. It is just another profession. But the idea is, one, that most of them are coerced, most of them are trafficked, and hence they land in this profession. One idea is that. Another idea is, it is the socio-economic disparity, it is the socio-economic problem which lands them here. So even though there is no direct coercion, even though someone is not trafficking them and pushing them in this profession, but otherwise as well, it is to take care of their socio-economic needs, it is to take care of the basic necessities of their family, that the women land in this profession. So which raises an important question for that matter, whether it should be legal or not. But again, this is something that you have to read in ethics. I was just giving you an idea that how prostitution can be a problem. So with no legal rights as such, you find problems like HIV, any kind of sexually transmitted diseases prevalent in these brothels. Then you find that they are not aware of what is happening around. They're not aware of what is happening in the society at all. So they have that disconnect with the society, which ultimately leads to high prevalence of mental issues. And again, with lack of intervention from the government and the civil society, those problems remain untouched. Those problems remain unaddressed. So yes, there has to be a discussion. There has to be, say, civil society discussions and debates with regards to the legality, etc. of prostitution. Then increased child labor and criminal activities related to children. Then again, you remember that when you make that argument, please make sure that you write the other side of it. Whenever you make the argument that poverty will lead to increase incidence of crime, you do make the other argument that it is not necessary, it does not have a direct relationship. But yes, we find that the with the number of poor increasing in a neighborhood, the criminal activities go up, but it is not always the case. Yes, so one thing is about child labor, and there was a very sarcastic quote by a thinker, and they were talking about how when the governments are not able to provide a viable solution, they just keep going around it. The simple idea was, if you're not able to stop or curb child labor, which for that matter is has say immoral outlook to it, that why should children for that matter be pushed into any kind of labor? So if they are not able to manage that, if the governments are not able to manage this problem, what they'll do is they'll make a law and they'll say that let's not let children uh, work in any kind of hazardous industries for that matter. But you find that yes, child labor is a problem. One side of it is that how do they eat? They do not have economic security, and hence they land in child labor. Also, you find that child labor is not limited to the poor, but also if you think of say shopkeeper in your neighborhood coming from a good family, ultimately after 7th 8th standard or 6th standard, they ask their children to help, because ultimately they have to pass on this business to their children so that they can be trained right from a young age, which also amounts to child labor. But the child labor that we are talking about is particularly the problem from the socio-economically weaker backgrounds. The problem that children from coming from socio-economically weaker backgrounds counter. And if you remember, oh no, we have not discussed education, but you'll see that the major reason of children dropping out of school, and particularly your boys dropping out of school, the major reason is child labor. That they have to help their family with the economic security needs, that they have to contribute to the family income. And that is the major reason that most of the boys drop out from schools. And this is from a survey, this is coming from a survey. Similarly, when we talk about girls, it was generally taking care of household responsibilities, it was child marriage. But generally, if you talk about the rate of dropout that the boys have from the school, is because they have to take up any form of paid labor to supplement the family income. So one idea is that this is something which is morally not right and needs to be stopped. So child labor is something that ideally should not happen. But what can be other ways? What can be other ways? And child crime relates to trafficking them, making them making them beg on the streets. They'll kidnap children from any part of the country. They'll bring them to the cities and make them beg. So which is something you would have read in organized crime. That beggary, for that matter, has taken a shape of organized crime. So what can be the solutions to this problem? So yes, it is to a certain extent a violation of human right. Yes, we have to educate them, but let's deal with the problem of child labor. So yes, one way is midday meal scheme. Great, because midday meal scheme was started 1 to take care of the nutritional requirements, because we have a very high infant mortality rate. So taking care of nutrition of the children, and then also so that the families do not think of the children as a burden on the limited resources that they have. So yes, one idea is that the government can take steps, but the other idea is you do not forget about the civil society. Do not forget about various steps that your NGOs have been taking. So, for instance, the Acer report that comes out is brought about by an NGO called Pratham, and they have been working wonderfully well on this front. So do not forget about the role of civil society, and as and when you find an example in your newspaper, try to mention it in your notes, because this is something that will keep your notes updated. So yes, the new education policy, and we'll come to that. So with this, I'll tell you one thing. When we talk about population, that is our 5th chapter, we are going to take up elderly, one of the vulnerable section. Our next topic is role of women. That's where we take up our 2nd vulnerable section, that is women. When it comes to children, we will cover this vulnerable section primarily with your chapters on education and health. So children will be covered mostly with education and health, because that's where you find that school education has been has been provided one big chunk in your NEP, National Education Policy, and with that will cover the education aspect. Similarly, with hunger and nutrition, will cover the other basic aspect of children's life. So what we have to do is, when it comes to elderly, we'll have everything in one place. When it comes to women, we'll have everything in one place. But when it comes to children, the 3rd vulnerable section of our society, you'll find it in various chapters. So what I would suggest is that once we're done discussing, once we are on the last chapter, 13th chapter or 13th module, I would want you to club everything together for children. It is not, I'll keep highlighting what has to be mentioned, what not, because one is infant mortality rate, which is still very high, then the problem with education, and the problem with nutrition, etc. So we do not have a lot of aspects. It is not, say, distributed across various chapters. It is limited, and it'll be convenient for you to keep everything in one place. And with that, I'll show you one question related to women, where you'll find that they can ask a question on one limited dimension, on just single dimension. So we do not have to miss anything for that matter. Okay, moving ahead, another problem with the urban areas was that of individualism, people not, say, connecting with each other, people having a sense of alienation that has been discussed. Because in rural areas, we have a community way of living, but when it comes to urban areas, it is people primarily keep to themselves. And if you remember, I had given you an example of tribal society and urban society. In tribal society, I was saying that if you increase the population density, if this is a tribal society, if you increase the population density, if there are more number of people in that tribal society, the levels of interaction will rise in tribal societies. But in cities, you'll find that with increasing population density, the levels of interaction do not increase as much. And which is how you can relate this to the idea of individualism, that people primarily limit all their understanding to themselves. And that's why you find that if it is a village or any kind of PRI, Panchayati Raj institution, it is easier to get any kind of work done compared to any urban local body, because people do not have a sense of community. And I would again request you not to leave civil society behind, because civil society, one, it is one part of our discussion. It is a chapter in your syllabus, and you have found many questions on civil society and women. For instance, 2-3 questions have been asked in the past. So civil society and elderly can be asked. Civil society and children can be asked. So do not limit your understanding just to various policies and government intervention. There can be other problems like beggary being an organized crime now. So the government has to do something about it. If you feel, if the government looks at this beggary, one is, yes, there are a lot of poor families who are, say, involved in beggary, but it is very clear in various cities, it is very clear. So for example, in the city of Delhi, it is very clear that the beggary that is happening here is a form of organized crime. They have roots somewhere linked to a particular organization. So this is something wherein they have to come and enforce these laws properly. And yes, they are now talking about your, if you remember your act wherein the transgenders also smile, for that matter, smile scheme, smile program, wherein your transgenders and the beggars get protection from the government. Protection in the sense of they are providing them housing facilities, they're providing them sleepovers, they're providing them skills, etc., so that rather than getting involved in beggary, they can take up any other gainful employment, or any kind of paid labor, for that matter, rather than getting limited to beggary. Then in cities, you think of the new problems that are coming up. The new problems like obesity, various kind of lifestyle diseases which relate to malnutrition. Now, when you think of malnutrition, it is not just limited to not consuming enough calories, but the choice of your calories, how nutritious those calories are. So the problem of malnutrition and obesity is basically related directly to malnutrition. It is overnutrition, for that matter. So you consume a lot of calories coming from your fast food, coming from unnutritious food, which becomes a problem, because this obesity will lead to heart diseases. This obesity will lead to other kind of problems related to physical activity. And this is primarily based in the lifestyle that we follow in cities. So the lifestyle is very sedentary. People do not move a lot. If you compare in rural areas, you'll find that the calorie consumption is higher. And if you have gone through the aspects of your previously used poverty lines, you'll find that the calorie consumption requirement for rural areas was considered to be higher compared to urban areas. In terms of income or in terms of expenditure, it was your urban areas which got more weightage, but when it comes to calorie requirements, it was your rural areas. Why? Rural areas, 75% of the people are engaged in agriculture. So agriculture is to that extent physically intensive. So if you are doing or getting involved in any kind of physically intensive work, you'll need more and more calories. So, but in cities, you'll find that average calorie consumption is higher compared to rural areas, and average physical activity is lower compared to rural areas, which is ultimately leading to these various lifestyle diseases like obesity. So these are new problems that are coming up. Then again, you can relate it to alcohol and drug problem, and you would see, you find that you have again two perspectives here, that rural areas are as vulnerable to the problem of drugs and alcohol, because you have the example of Punjab. In Punjab, it is primarily the rural areas which have this drug problem, which are infested with this problem of drug and alcoholism. But again, you find that it is your urban areas where the use is more legitimized, where the use is more legitimized. Why? Because the urban way of living, one is people do not know each other, people do not care. Think of your neighborhood, for instance. So if you say occasionally consume any kind of alcoholic drink, you try to consume it, say, away from your neighborhood, so that people do not know, because ultimately the area that you're living in, people would know you, people might say see you doing something, and you have a fear of your parents knowing about it. Generally people coming from smaller cities. But when it comes to your metropolitan, people do not know each other. In bigger cities, people do not know each other. There's no moral restriction as such. And again, with your new forms of entertainment, for example, various series which depict Western culture, where it is normalized, where it is something very usual, people having a drink every now and then. So which can lead to a problem, because addiction, you do not know the reasons for addiction, because one idea is that the poor are more vulnerable to addiction. Why? Because they remain in stress perpetually. And also you find equal instances of affluent getting or becoming a part of this drug problem. So yes, again, addiction doesn't know any kind of boundaries. Addiction has no socioeconomic boundaries. With affluent, what happens is they have easy availability, they have the purchasing power to get into any kind of, say, substance abuse. Similarly, if you think of the poor, they remain in stress, and you can take the example of your Afghanistan right now. So if you would have seen in newspapers, you'd find that the Taliban government is opening up a lot of rehabs, a lot of rehabilitation centers, and taking people there by force, to get rid of this drug problem. And the genesis of this problem can be found in easy availability of opium and widespread poverty. That people are stressed, they do not have they do not have sufficient resources to live a dignified life. And easy availability of opium, because a lot of opium cultivation goes on there, easily leads to this drug menace. Similarly, you would have seen various examples in your movies, etc. Yes, so this drug and alcohol problem can lead to other problems of various criminal activities. Alcohol problem is directly related to the increased incidence of domestic violence, etc. So yes, you can think of alcohol and drug problem. Do not limit it to urban areas, but yes, it is becoming a problem in urban areas. And it ultimately leads to various other problems, various other social problems. Yes, so a rural population is, again, that's what I'm saying, that rural population is equally vulnerable. And you can cite the example of Punjab there, because it is primarily rural areas, people from where are facing this problem. But again, in cities, it is more legitimized, because yes, you would not find abuse that easy. But think about the population density. So more the number of people, the chances are that there'll be higher number of people. If you take a city and you take, say, huge area, in terms of area, if you take a city, they'll have more number of people living there. So more chances of people getting into substance abuse. Then if you take a rural area, you would have to take a larger area to get the same number of people. But yes, rural population is as vulnerable as the urban population. Now, these were various problems, and again, what I've done is I have given you solutions here, that how you can approach with it. We have discussed pretty much everything here. Now let's come to the other dimension, that is socio-cultural aspect. That yes, urbanization, we can think of the problem of urbanization, how urbanization is impacting the entire society. Now think of urbanization and particular social institutions, urbanization and sections of the population. The way we did this exercise in globalization has to be extended here as well, because they can easily ask a question directly related to the effect of urbanization on a particular social institution. With this, if you remember, I had mentioned a question wherein they had asked about the impact of work from home on family, and I would want you guys to write that answer by yourself. Try writing that answer by yourself, wherein they had asked about the impact of work from home on family. I'd want you to write this, and the basic idea is you just break down various dimensions of family and see how each and every dimension is impacted by this work from home. So if you remember, when you break down family, you have to break it down in various functions of the family, size of the family, composition of the family, right? If you remember. And then again, when it comes to composition, you can think of the impact of urbanization on one section. One section can be women, one section can be children, the other section can be elderly. So how do you go about it? If you remember, with urbanization, with modernization, the functions of family are changing, the size of the family is changing. In terms of size, the families are shrinking from joint to nuclear. Then in terms of function, we had discussed various functions: economic function of the family, emotional. Now biological remains pretty much the same, but again there were say various new types of families that were coming up with urbanization, right? So various functions change. So the function of socializing the children, etc. Then similarly, if you talk about composition, you think in terms of migration, you think in terms of the authority structure within the family, you think in terms of the relationship between various members of the family. I hope everyone's getting this, because we have already done this exercise related to globalization and the changing nature of family. If someone is not able to remember that, just go back to your PPT and you find that you had various tables wherein we were talking about changing function of the family from agrarian to your post-industrial society. Then we had a table wherein we were discussing the nature of nuclear and joint families. So I hope you'll get all those points from there, and this is something that you can take up. Okay, so you guys remember. Perfect. Similarly, urbanization and caste system. If you have to think about the changes that have happened in caste system, what do? We take up various features of the caste system. What are the various features? Can someone mention the features of caste system which were undergoing change? Which were undergoing change. Just think of moving from rural to urban areas and think about the features that get impacted, because this has been a question in your weekly test and this is something that we have discussed as well. So yes, it is becoming more flexible, more mobile. Then the idea of endogamy is changing now, and particularly in urban areas, more acceptance to intercaste marriages. Now yes, from caste to class system in cities, great. What were the other features? So yes, now there is no restricted occupation. So even in the villages, if you find that yes, most of the caste groups still stick to the old way of their living, or old way of their livelihood, but now in cities it is not restricted, now it is open. And I hope you remember the counter arguments as well. I hope you remember the counter arguments, because the question can be asked either way. So okay, great. No restriction related to, say, public behavior. People mingle with each other, people get into intercaste marriages, etc. Great, great, great. Now the question that I'm going to frame here for your practice is going to be on the other dimension. So what you have to do is, in this practice question, so one idea is simple: how the caste system is undergoing change. So what if I say, even though urbanization has diluted the caste system, but we find various facets of the caste hierarchy or caste system prevalent in urban areas. And now you have to discuss this. I'll just give you a brief overview. Great, I'll just give you a brief overview. That one idea is that how urbanization is changing caste system. Second idea is, even though urbanization is happening, even though there are changes going on, what is it that remains continuous? What are the elements of continuity in caste system? And again, they are not asking specifically about the factors. Yes, so they are not as asking. So we don't have to write pressure groups, caste councils. So they are not asking exclusively about the factors. They're asking about what are the various dimensions or what are the various features of caste system that show continuity. And how do you go about it is, yes, so you are coming up with exceptions. I'm not going to disclose the answer so that everyone thinks for themselves. So what you have to do is think about the factors, but factors are again not being asked predominantly in the question. So factors can become your introduction, just giving you an idea. Then the body, you know how the features have changed. And yes, in conclusion, you can give the alternative perspective that yes, things are changing as well. Okay, so this is a question for your practice. Even though most of you have not written the weekly test question, but I hope you'll write this question. Fairly simple question, already discussed. You know the structure, and the emphasis has to be on the structure. You know the body part, you know the examples. Yes, you're giving the right kind of examples, but the emphasis has to be on the structure. Come up with multiple ways of introduction. Think about multiple ways of introduction. And then you think about how to structure the body part, which all features have to be chosen, what remains in conclusion. Take your time, take 10 minutes to conceptualize the answer, and then only write your answer. Because I'm going through a few of the answers that you guys sent, and I find that what we have discussed in the class, a few of you digress from the point. A few of you still go for writing definitions, even though you have sufficient content to be written in the question or written in the answer. You still stick to the old way of doing it. So still stick to writing definitions. So the word limit here is 200 words. It'll be a little tight because you'll need 250 words, but I'm keeping it deliberately at 200 words so that you find it a little difficult to write, so that you have to compress more and more content inside this question. So moving ahead, the impact of urbanization on women. Now this is something which has already been done. I've given you an overview. This is something we will take up with role of women. That is your next chapter, module 4. And I think this has been done with globalization once. With globalization, we have discussed the negative and positive impacts of globalization on women. From there, if you remember, the forces of modernization, globalization, urbanization, industrialization have more or less a similar impact on these sections and institutions. But the only thing we have to see is there'll be specific, there'll be a few specific parts as well. For example, industrialization would not open up service sector for the women that globalization is going to, right? So yes, there'll be few specific changes, but otherwise the overall impact remains the same. Then urbanization and elderly, this is something I'm again leaving it to you. We are going to discuss elderly with your 5th chapter, that is population. Therein we will discuss the impact of modern forces on elderly. But what you have to do is you think in terms of the first dimension that will come to your mind is their health. Another one will come to your mind is their economic security. Then your yes. Okay, so we have done this. Okay, so I forgot. We have already discussed the question on globalization. Yes. So your emotional security. So break it down in these dimensions and think about what impact urbanization had. And we have discussed globalization. So in similar way, you have to proceed with urbanization as well. So great, this is something that you all can write. Again, whenever there is a problem, you have to look into what the government is up to, what the government is doing. And they already have asked a question on the smart city mission in your paper 1. Now, again, so on Friday, someone was asking that how do we differentiate? We do not have to create those watertight compartments, because this is one, this can easily be asked in paper 2, because this is an issue related to planning. This is an issue related to governance. But again, in paper 1, you do not just have social issues, but you also have human geography, right? So the questions will dilute the paper boundaries. And what you have to do is, whenever there is a problem, think about government intervention. And I've shown you multiple examples of questions wherein they are cutting across paper lines. So work from home and family, there's a question that no one would have expected, right? Similarly, cryptocurrency and society. Cryptocurrency is something you discuss, you read primarily from the point of view of paper 3, either science and technology or economy, but they asked a question in paper 1. So they are going to cut across boundaries, and that's why we are emphasizing on structure. So if you want to think about the impact of work from home on family, what do? You break down family in various aspects, in terms of their functions, in terms of their size, in terms of their various functions, say the structure, the authority structure, the socialization of children, for instance. And then you start looking at the impact one by one, because it was not a general question. It was not a general question about the impact of work from home on society, because therein you would have discussed about the traffic congestion problem that would not happen, then environmental benefits, etc. But this was a question specifically on one institution, and these are the questions which are going to give you advantage. If you can structure your thoughts well, if you can structure your answer well, these are the kind of questions that are going to give you advantage. Because otherwise, as already discussed, when it comes to geography, in paper 1 particularly, when it comes to geography, when it comes to history, everyone is going to get similar kind of average marks. But it is your social issues which is going to give you an edge, because not everyone will be able to write the answers up to the mark. So various government interventions, do not keep these in watertight compartments. Do not merely look at your smart city mission as something factual, limited to your prelims. No, you have to think about smart city mission, various provisions under the smart city mission, and think about what problems is it taking care of. Okay, then what I've given is whatever we have discussed so far in terms of way forward, in terms of suggestion, has been mentioned here, and you can go through it. The only idea is I've structured it in this way, wherein you think about the governance related problems and the solution, the planning related problems, the financing related problems, and these more or less go hand in hand. Then how you can build capacity of your city, because they are asking questions about, say, urban floods. What is the problem? So on and so forth. Then also, this is going to be an important part to gain marks. This is something you'll find in your current affairs, something new coming up. You know instantly that yes, this is a problem related to urbanization, because till now you would not have looked at, say, intelligent traffic management system from your paper 1 point of view. But you see that yes, it can fit very well in your answers if there is a question that is being asked on urban management. Okay, so this is something that you can go through, and this has been discussed. Everything has been discussed previously, so I don't think it should be a problem going through these. So just please read this, that what can be way forward, waste management, transparency and accountability, public awareness and public participation. Everything has been discussed previously. Okay, now let's come to these questions that we have to look into. So let's come to this question first. And this was the question I had asked you in the first class, that is on Friday. The idea was whether this urbanization in India, or the urban growth that we see, is occurring due to urban pull or due to rural push. And this is something you have to analyze. So whether it is the cities that are pulling people towards themselves, or is it the rural areas? Is it the bad condition of our agriculture that is pushing people out of rural areas and into urban areas? This was the question. Now, we have okay, so Mohammed, in ARM you have a few ideas about Purusharth and other things. Now the thing is, these are coming directly from your old NCRTs, and now that we are talking about the questions that come up for the past few years, we do not find any mention there. And I would not want you to redo everything, because you would have to go through the old NCRT and new NCRT. So whatever extra part we have in old NCRTs has been included in your ARMs, right? Has been included in your ARMs, so that something that is not being asked in the examination, why waste time in the class? You can just read it, just go through it, because these 4 factors are considered to be a part of traditional Hindu society, but the new NCERT has deliberately kept them out, is not talking about these, and which is an indication that they are not going to be that important from examination point of view. But nevertheless, you should have an idea. So that's why we have extracted it out of the old NCERT and kept it in your ARM. Okay, so a few of you are saying rural push, others are saying both factors equally, etc. Now the idea is, yes, we have looked into both sides. We have looked into the urban pull for better amenities, for better jobs, and we have looked into rural push as well. But let's talk about the structure of this question. Let's talk about the structure of this question. Now it says urbanization in India is occurring not due to rural urban pull, but due to rural push. So it wants you to emphasize on rural push. So what becomes your body? Various factors which lead to this rural push. I think this is done. Now think about your conclusion once, because that will be fairly simple. In conclusion, you can think of a few suggestions. A few suggestions to accommodate these people well, a few suggestions to improve facilities in the rural areas so that they can be, this problem of over urbanization can be stopped. Now think of the introduction, which is where you would have to be a little innovative, and let's see what do you have to say about introduction. So when it is analyzed, yes, you have to write the other part, but we will limit it. We will limit the other dimension. The other dimension is urban pull. So we will limit it to introduction for that matter. We do not have to. Yes, we have to write about both, but more emphasis has to be on rural push. Absolutely. Okay. Let's see your introduction. Defining urbanization is a no-no because it does not ask about defining urbanization. And again, urbanization is not something technical. If it were a technical word, and we have seen at times that they ask a few, they leave a few technical jargons there, which we can define, but here there is no need to define it. Impact of urbanization on various aspects of life, not required. Question which you should ideally write in paragraph format. This is a question you should primarily write in paragraph format so that you give due weightage to all the dimensions. So the body part again can come in. Think of various factors. Can be economic, right? If you remember, we had mentioned a few political aspects as well related to policy. Then they can definitely, so it will be a slightly bigger paragraph. So generally the introduction is 2 to 3 lines, 4 lines max. This can be a slightly bigger paragraph wherein you give due weightage to urban pull as well. Urban pull as a factor of urbanization. What are the various urban amenities that pull people towards themselves? Okay. Yes, you can think of, say, unplanned urbanization and the suggestions here in conclusion. The conclusion or the last part can be limited to that. Great. So this is a question. This is something that we have discussed directly as well. And I hope you can write this answer. The only idea is to structure it well. The only idea is to structure it well. Now, coming back to the questions that they have asked. Now, India has not been able to tap the full potential of urbanization discussed. A very simple question. Yes. So if there was discuss, again, we would not have given, say, as much weightage to urban pull as we are going to now in analyze. And if it were critically analyzed, we would have given equal weightage to both. Yes, so the idea of pseudo-urbanization or the idea of over-urbanization. Again, this is something that we have discussed explicitly. Just think about the structure. Merits and demerits of what? I'm not getting your question, Anushka. In the see, we are not say taking a class on answer writing, but you just understand, when it is critically analyzed, give equal weightage to both the dimensions. When it is discussed, give weightage to the dimension which the statement in the question subscribes to. And then when it is analyzed, the idea is to stick to the idea of the statement, but also give a little more perspective, little more idea about the other dimension as well. So it is a gradual increase, and there is no fixed limit for that matter. Yes, when it comes to critically analyze, then it has to be equal, that is for sure, but otherwise there is no fixed limit to what extent you'll go. And this will come with time. That's why we are emphasizing more on the structure of the question rather than the answer, because the answer is something that you will ultimately write, that you can ultimately reach. So that's why the structure of the answer. Okay, so think about not able to tap the full potential of urbanization. What can be the various dimensions to this statement? One idea is not able to, other idea is has tapped the full potential, has been able to for and against, right? So the body goes to not being able to, and the body talks about how urbanization has not been able to tap the full potential in India, right? So correct, body is not a problem. Then also your conclusion is not a problem. In conclusion, you can simply keep it brief and suggest measures so that our cities are more cities can be rid of the existing problems, right? So conclusion and body not a problem. Then think about the other dimension, which says no, to a certain extent India has been able to tap full potential of urbanization, which can be limited to introduction, quick introduction. One idea about introduction. Another idea about introduction can be use a little data to show how the cities in India are over urbanized, or there is pseudo urbanization going on. Yes, so we can talk about various lacunas with respect to urbanization in India, slums, etc., overburdened infrastructure. Yes, so yes, you can definitely suggest your own ideas as well. But the thing is, when the conclusion is limited, if say, just think about these two type of question. One question asks you about suggestions to to get rid of the problems of urbanization. Now there you have a lot of scope to innovate. You can structure it as how you want it, and you can come up with newer suggestions. But here the scope of these suggestions is very limited. The scope of these suggestions is limited to 2-3 lines. So it is always better to go with something that has been established. It is always better to write the overview of suggestions, right? How we can fix the problems related to planning, governance, financing of urban areas, right? How we can increase the role of urban local bodies, etc. So the conclusion has to be limited here. So it's better to stick to the actual voice, suggestions. Yeah, so you are asking about the body part. Now think of the problems related to urbanization here. What are the problems related to urbanization here? And also do not miss the peculiarity in case of India, right? So just think about this. We were saying that the southern part of the country is more urbanized compared to the urban part, compared to the north part. So which is also not being able to tap the full potential of urbanization. The urbanization has not been evenly spread. So give examples about how it is a peculiar, peculiar process in India, right? And then you jump directly into what are the problems related to urbanization, but you have to give it a touch so that it looks like how it could have been better. It should be directed in that way. So for example, the problem of housing, the problem of clean drinking water. If India were to tap the full potential, then we would not have these problems, right? So I hope you are getting the crux of this question. You are getting the concept of this question, and do not miss on the uneven distribution of urbanization in India. That is also another problem that can also be said to, that can also become a part of how India has not been able to tap the full potential. Okay, so coming back to your intro part, that yes, India has been urbanized to a great extent. You can talk about that and how it is generating more and more employment opportunities, how it is providing a better standard of living compared to rural areas. You can just give a glimpse of the urban pull or the urban glitter that entices people to move to urban areas. Yes, so you can talk in terms of how urbanization has not been fully realized in India, with problems related to urbanization and how it is a peculiar phenomena in India. So if you're talking about any suggestions or any possible government interventions, let's stick it to conclusion. Let's stick to conclusion for that. Let's not include that in introduction, because our introduction can obviously be a little positive with how India has been able to tap the full potential. So any statement which is there in your question, first idea is to dissect it. Second idea is to look at the various dimensions, because these are the dimensions which we are ultimately using as our introduction, body and conclusion. So if you do that, then the answer will have a better flow. Rather than writing the definition of urbanization, you can talk about how India has been able to get fruits out of this urbanization. Another idea is you could have talked about what is the full potential then. If India has not been able to realize full potential, you can thought of what is the full potential. That can be another way of introducing it. So here you would have to use examples. You would have to use example of, say, a very well planned city. A very well planned city. It can be an Indian city as well, because it will again push our point that India has been able to a certain extent. Yes, Chandigarh can be a good example for that matter. So I hope you'll be able to write this answer, and please do try writing these answers, because in the class wherein we discuss, because a lot of you say fellow students, they give various suggestions and we feel that yes, we'll be able to do it, but when we start writing it, it becomes a problem. So please do try writing these answers, and everything is given. You talk about the structure, it is there. You talk about the points related to body, they're there in the PPT. All you have to do is try to write these. Let's look at this question. The growth of cities as IT hubs has opened up new avenues of employment, but have also created new problems. Substantiate this statement with examples. Now just think about this question. Yes, so when you look at this question, the idea that you should get in your mind is should be about Bangalore as a city, because what generally we do is, the moment we look at these problems related to cities, we start writing general answers. We start writing about industrialization. We start writing about problems related to pollution because of industrialization, etc. Now this question is very specific. They're talking about how the growth of cities as IT hubs, think of an IT hub in India, Bangalore is the right choice, perfect, has opened up new avenues of employment. So think of the new avenues of employment, think of your gig economy, right? But have also created new problems. What can be these new problems? So the question has a very limited scope. It is not a general question wherein they are asking about problems of urbanization. They are asking about problems of urbanization, but in a very specific case. And again, we have to substantiate this statement. we do not just have to look or restrict ourselves to creation of new problems, but we also have to think in terms of new avenues of employment. So if you want to substantiate this statement, you have to give due weightage to both the parts of the statement. So you have to talk about the new avenues of employment that have come up. Then you also have to talk about what are the new problems with respect to the growth of IT hubs in our country, and keep giving examples then and there itself. Right? Yes, so in body you have to write both the parts. In body you have to write about the new avenues of employment as well. Yes, so I'm not going to disclose the answers, because this is something that you have to practice right for yourself, because this will help you to channelize your thoughts, channelize the ideas. Now you will think of Bangalore, you'll think of what are the new problems that are coming up that the other cities do not have. So yes, just to give you an example, e-waste, for instance, but you do not have to limit the scope of the answer. You have to talk about every dimension, because there'll be problems related to governance and planning. There'll be problems related to environment. There'll be problems related to employment as well. So you have to think about every dimension. Do not limit it to just about pollution or say environmental aspect. Okay, so this is a question that you have to try for yourself. If you think about it, it's a fairly easy question. You have all those things coming up in the news every now and then. But before searching for the answer, before looking for the answer, try to do it yourself. The question, I'll repeat again, the question says that the growth of IT hubs, the growth of cities as IT hubs, has opened up new avenues of employment. So these new IT hubs that are coming up are opening up new kinds of opportunities for employment. One aspect. Other point is, but they have also created new problems. So what are these new problems is the other dimension of the question, is the other part of the question, and we have to substantiate everything with examples. So you talk about, say, gig economy, give examples. Give examples. What kind of new employment opportunities are coming up there? Think of how you order your food, how you travel. Right? So new problems, new employment opportunities. Everything has to go together. Yes, so when it is a failure of governance or any issue for that matter, it is not just limited to government, it is not just limited to society, it comes to every part of the society, because it is the government has been elected by whom? By us. Who has the responsibility of holding them accountable? Us. Who is not doing that duty? Us. So yes, we also become a part of the problem. So it is not all the suggestions. That's why I particularly emphasize on making your making your suggestions multidimensional. Do not limit it to what kind of initiatives the government has taken or what can government do. There is a lot that we as part of the society can do. Okay, so with this, we are done with our chapter on globalization and urbanization. The next chapter that we are going to take up is the role of women in Indian society, and what are the problems arising out of this role of women. So before that, it's about time to take a break. So let's take our break and meet again at 7 p.m. after the break and start with the new chapter, role of women. Welcome back, everyone. So now we'll start with our next module, that is role of women and women's organization. Now, when it comes to women's organization, this is something you read in your history books, that how various movements with respect to women issues have taken place, and then the new movements, etc., that are coming up. So this is something that you can pick directly from there, and because this women's organization will have more of historical aspect, and then whatever new things come up will come directly from your current affairs. What we'll do is we'll restrict ourselves primarily to the role of women in Indian society. Now, before we think about the role of women, just think of how this role has been changing. Because in traditional Indian society, we know that women were limited to the household sphere. But now in modern world, we find that women are going out for work. Women are contributing equally to the economic security of the family. Women have a better status in the society now. And what are the various issues that arise out of it? Now, this is something that most of you would be aware. And this is something that we have discussed briefly with globalization, that how globalization has impacted women, how it has led to a betterment in their status, but also what are the problems. And here what we'll do is we'll look at this role of women, this changing role of women, and the issues that are arising with stats, with data. Now again, when we say this, we have to look into these arguments with data. The idea is just to substantiate our point. You do not have to remember everything. Apart from a few things, for example, sex ratio is something that you would have to remember, and sex ratio is something that you will keep coming across in various subjects. You'll keep coming across in newspapers, and you will remember it. If you go through it once or twice, you will definitely remember it. But apart from that, various data or various statistics related to enrollment ratio, related to the level of sexual violence, need not be remembered at all. The only thing that you have to know is that where that stat is coming from. If you say that yes, there has been increasing violence against women, you should know that this is a particular report which talks about the same. You need not remember about the data. Similarly, if you make a vague argument saying that the enrollment of women in higher educational institutions is low, if I make this statement, just think about this, because statistics show us that there is a limitation when it comes to our general understanding. So if I say that women do not have proportional representation in your institutions of higher education in India, would you support this statement? Because generally we find that women are the ones who are disadvantaged in each and every say aspect of life, be it household inequality, be it inequality with respect to providing basic opportunities like healthcare, education. So can we extend this logical argument to higher education? Is there anyone who would say support or reject this statement if I extend this argument to higher education? So one person says that they will support the argument that yes, women have lack of representation in higher educational institutions. So there are another people who are saying yes, they will support the argument. But I would say, looking at the data, you'll find that it is not the case. Looking at the data, it is not the case. The data says that women have more percentage of, say, enrollment when it comes to higher education for varied reasons. So we do not have to extend our logical argument everywhere. Okay, so that's why we are going to use stats, and at times wherever there are exceptions. So for example, exception related to higher education. This is something we'll read exclusively when we discuss education. So you have to remember those exceptions. You do not have to remember the number, but at least remember the exception and the report from where it is coming, which is provided in the PPT. Do not worry about the numbers at all. So a few numbers that you will keep coming across time and again will anyways get by hearted. And those are the numbers that you will actually need to write your answers. You do not have to substantiate everything that you say. You cannot possibly substantiate every argument, but we have to be careful that we do not extend the logical, say, interpretation of things to every aspect. There will definitely be exceptions. So this was just an example to give you an idea that you cannot extend the argument everywhere, for that matter. And ultimately, this is why we are going to use the stats here. Now, when we talk about role, the first thing that you have to understand is what is role and what is status. Now, if you remember stratification, we were saying on the basis of wealth, on the basis of prestige, society stratifies, or society places people in a hierarchical manner, one on top of the other. But when we talk about status, it need not be hierarchical, first thing. It need not be in a hierarchical manner, because status, if you go by the literal definition, it basically talks about the position of a person in society. But again, as part of the society, we see that we have a habit of stratifying. So if I talk about status of a carpenter and the status of a politician, both are engaged in different kind of activities, but you find that the moment I say carpenter and politician, you have already placed them in a hierarchy. So when we talk about status in specific societal context, it is basically the social respect and prestige given to a member of the society. But with that status, now with that status, first thing you have to understand is with that status will be assigned a role. So if you have, say, a status of a civil servant, you are given that position in the society, a particular role or particular behavior is expected out of you, that this is how you are supposed to be. You have to look sharp, you have to say, you have to be wearing formal clothes, etc. Similarly, as say a son in your family or a daughter in your family, you get a particular status, particular position, and based on that status, you are assigned roles. So traditionally in Indian society, you'll find that women or girls are generally limited to the household sphere. They get a subordinate status compared to men, and they have this household responsibilities that are assigned to them. But also you have to remember that at any particular given point in time, you'll find a person has multiple status. So for instance, a few of you might be working. So you have status of an employee in your organization. A few of you might not be contributing to the economic needs of the family. So you'll have a status of a dependent. All of you are studying here, so you have status of a student. And with the status of a student, you are supposed to behave in a certain way. With this status come particular roles and responsibilities. And when you put those roles and responsibilities in action, it converts to role. So you do not have to get into the definition. No one is going to ask you the definition of status and role. It is just the understanding. The status is the position and role is the behavior attached to that position. Why are we discussing this? Because from here we lead into the role of women. That what is the role of women? Because now think of a girl who's there in the class. She might be earning. She might be studying in the college at the same time, studying here for civils preparation. A daughter can be a wife as well, so has multiple status, has multiple positions in the society, and on the basis of these positions, she'll be assigned different roles. And the society will expect you to behave in that particular manner. And if you do not, then you are not, say, you are not considered social. You're considered antisocial, for that matter. Think of caste. With your caste, you are assigned a particular role. Caste was a matter of status, a matter of prestige in that hierarchy. With that caste was attached a role, was associated a role. If you do not fulfill that role, if you do not take care of those responsibilities and the obligations, then you are not considered to be a part of the society. There'll be restrictions on you. You can be penalized, etc. So this is how you simply understand status and role. Now, before we move on to the role of women in Indian society, think about two concepts, sex and gender. Now, sex, as generally understood, is biological That sex, if you think in terms of sex, you can think of either male or female. But again, do not forget about the intersex. Now, on the basis of your, say, on the basis of your basic uh, hormonal makeup, on the basis of your reproductive parts, you're assigned a particular sex, either male or female. But then there can be intersex as well, who do not fall into either category, who do not fall into the category of male, neither in the category of female. So sex is basically a biological concept. But when it comes to gender, gender is a sociological concept wherein you talk about man, women, and now increasingly about various gender variations. So think about this. On the basis of your sex, say, think about this, that you are a male on the basis of sex. Biologically, you are male. Now, with this biological uh, identity, with this identity of being a male, is associated a behavior, is associated a particular role. That if you are a man, for instance, or if you are say, if you are a male, you are supposed to behave in a particular manner. You are supposed to be, say, you're supposed to be the bread earner for the family. You're supposed to be strong. You're not supposed to cry. So with this identity of sex is related a gender. So sex can be thought of in terms of a status, while gender is basically the behavior, is the role that is attached to it. So generally, traditionally, it is that if you're male, you're supposed to behave like a man. If you're female, you're supposed to behave like a woman. But now there are increasingly you'll find that there are more number of variations. So someone can be born as a male, can be identified biologically as a male, but they themselves identify as female or as women. That they do not behave in a way that traditionally society would have accepted. But now, yes, there is increased acceptance, and we are going to take up your transgenders, or the ones who do not have a matching, say, gender and sexual identity. We are going to take them up as a different section in your last chapter, in your last module of vulnerable sections. But you understand this, with this sex, generally you are supposed to behave in a particular manner. If you're a girl, you're supposed to be weak. You're supposed to be meek. You're supposed not to fight for your rights. You're supposed to be taken care of. You're supposed to be objectified. But you find that there are variations, there are changes. And now with this understanding, see, you have to understand that sex is basically a biological concept which depends on your reproductive organs, the genetical makeup. So for example, if you're a man, XY, female, XX, then you can think in terms of the hormones your body secretes, right? If the estrogen levels are high, you're supposed to be, say, you're supposed to be a female. If the testosterone levels are higher, then you're supposed to be a male. So basic biological idea. When it comes to gender, it is a sociological concept. It is something constructed by society. So society says if you are male, if you have these reproductive organs, you are supposed to behave in this manner. But that need not necessarily be the case. Think of a, say, transgender. Think of someone who doesn't identify to their sexual identity. Think of a girl, think of a female who identifies as a man, who behaves like a man. So this is the traditional concept. Yes, so the idea is if you do not behave in this manner, society does not accept you, right? So with this, what you have to do is now you have to relate the gender roles of women and think about how they are changing, because biologically they remain the same. They are the same female. Yes, there can be variations, there can be intersexes, but otherwise what we have to primarily focus on is the role of women. and that relates directly to the conception of gender in society. And with while we move ahead, we'll get more and more examples that will make it even clearer. So yes, no one's going to ask you a definition of what is the difference between sex and gender, but we have to see that sex is mostly biological, is generally understood to be a biological concept, whereas gender is more of a sociological concept. So yes, again, okay, let's clear this right away. So Sahil is saying that, but a male cannot give birth to a child, cannot bear a child. Yes, absolutely. And there is no problem with respect to that. But they can still go on identifying as women. So if you talk about, say, institution of marriage, if you remember, in our discussion, we were saying that these are the basic functions of the institution of marriage. But then we were saying that these functions are changing. Not every family is giving birth to children. Not every family is socializing their own children. There are specialized institutions now. So what ideally should be and what are the variations? There is a gap. There is a difference. Similarly, yes, being a female, does it necessarily mean that you have to give birth to a child? So you have to question this. If you are female, do you have to necessarily give birth or bear children? And you can say no. Can you defy the norms of the society? If the society thinks of you as weak, do you have to agree to that all the time? Again, the answer can be no. So this is where the gender variation plays a role, right? You will find, and again, see, generally, and I have another argument here, and that you'll see in the chapter on population, that we generally think of women as weak. We generally think of them as weaker compared to men. Right, this is what we think. But if you look at the numbers of life expectancy, you'll find that women live longer. There are various reasons, but another one most important reason is that the life expectancy at birth is also higher. It is not just life expectancy at any point in life, even the life expectancy at birth is higher compared to men. That says that biologically they can be stronger. Right? So we do not have to conform to everything that society says, and we have to see that as a fact. We do not have to say take either side. We just have to be neutral observers. We can use data, we can use stats for everything. So you be neutral about this concept that if someone wants to identify as a different gender, there can be problems. Which public washroom do you use? So a male who identifies as a woman, if they go on using a female washroom, wouldn't it be a threat to security of the women, of the other, say, female members who are using the same public washroom? Yes, it will be. So there can be problems. The high levels of mental illness can be a problem. The higher suicide rates can be a problem. But again, we have to be neutral about it. We have to look at both the sides of it. Okay. With this, we will enter into role of women. Before that, look at the questions, the kind of questions that they have asked. Now, this question has already been discussed. Positive and negative effects of globalization on women. And here, if you remember, we primarily discussed how the role of women has changed with globalization, how the role of women has changed with urbanization. Then other question, empowering women is the key to control population growth. So relating women to population. Now, our next chapter is going to be population, and that's where you'll get a perfect answer for this. So, how women empowerment can lead to a control in population growth. So, population growth and a particular section. Similarly, they have other questions that have been asked on women. Role of women and, say, women empowerment and role of self-help groups. So when you cover women, you have to cover all the dimensions. But yes, they will be again covered in steps. So when we talk about civil society, we'll talk about the impact of civil society on women. When we talked about globalization, impact of globalization on women, impact of urbanization on women. And now we are talking about the changing role of women and what are the problems that arise out of this changing role. Now you have understood the idea of status and role. Now think of how these various factors influence the role of women. Let's take them up one by one. Let's take the simplest one at first. Think about modernity. With modernity will come better educational opportunities. With modernity will come employment opportunities. With modernity will come egalitarian setup of the family. With modernity will come better status of women. Similarly, with modernity comes employment, can also lead to dual burden of work. So traditionally, women are limited to the household sphere. They are primarily taking care of rearing and bearing of children, and also the familial needs, other familial needs like preparing food, getting water from the well, etc. Now, with modernity, with this force of modernization, it can be globalization, it can be urbanization, it can be industrialization. With that, the role of women is changing. So this is a factor which influences the role of women. Similarly, think of marriage. Before marriage, she is being treated differently. After marriage, differently. After marriage, she has to take care of the household responsibilities of the in-laws family. After marriage, you find that, and generally in India, you find we have patriarchal, patrilocal, and patrilineal setup. So basis that, she is the one who has to move from one house to another. She has to move to her in-laws or her husband's house. She has to take care of people there. She has to take care of her in-laws there. She would not get any kind of property rights. She can become a part of, she can become a victim of household violence. Sorry. She can become a victim of household violence, domestic violence. Similarly, if you think in terms of class, class means which background you are coming from, whether it is, say, affluent, rich, poor, middle class, that will also influence the role of women. Now, women, just think about this. Women, generally, we see that status of women in the society is subordinate to men. That is generally how our setup is. But think in terms of class. Think in terms of the rich women, and think in terms of the poor women. Now, the poor women would, yes, generally take care of household responsibilities, but also go out and contribute in agriculture, go out and contribute to the family income. But generally, it is the rich women you'll find who, even though are not just restricted to household sphere, but yes, they do not have that freedom of taking up any kind of economic opportunity that they want. Yes, in modern times, women are becoming more and more independent. They go out and work as well. But again, it is also restricted to middle class. You still find women from the richer backgrounds, they would not generally go out and work. Maybe, yes, the family can set up a business for them and they can merely look over it. Well, ultimately, they do not contribute as such to the family income. There are exceptions. There are women who are doing exceptionally well. There are women in politics. There are women in business. There are women in the movie film industry. Yes, they are. But generally, you'll find the general trend is it is women from the poorer and middle class households who generally contribute to your family income. Similarly, think of caste. Yes, so with family and marriage, you can think of dowry. You can think of the sharing of household responsibilities. And again, if the family is nuclear, the role differs. If the family is joint, the role differs. So this is the basic idea that how these various factors impact the role of women. Because a simple question can be asked that what are the various factors which influence the role of women? And then you have to think about the various aspects, because a woman can be a daughter, can be a wife, can be a businesswoman, can be a student. So you have to think of all the aspects of life. Similarly, think of caste. Think of caste. How can caste influence the role of women? Think of women coming from the upper caste and think of women coming from the so-called lower caste. How there is a difference in role. And if you remember, we were saying that the idea of purity and pollution, applies there as well. Women coming from upper caste will have more limitations, will have more restrictions compared to the women coming from so-called lower caste. If you remember that, then yes, they have to strictly follow the rule of endogamy. Then simply if you think of Sati Pratha for that matter, it was also limited to the upper caste, so-called upper caste, right? It was the women generally from the upper caste who were going for that practice of sati. Now think of religion. Now in religion, think of your priest. How often do you come across a female priest? What kind of status our traditional religions have accorded? Yes, we can definitely say that it is because of misinterpretation of the spiritual texts, of the religious texts, that women find themselves in a subordinate position. But the fact is, yes, they are found in subordinate position compared to men. But at the same time, if you talk about the matter of religion within the household sphere, generally, who is it who takes care of all the religious duties? Think of your own home. Who's the one involved in, or who say goes for various rituals related to religion? Yes, and the answer is women. So within the household sphere, they have an exclusive say authority over religion, over matters of religion, over matters of ritual practices. But when it comes to public sphere, generally they are excluded. And the issues like that of your sati again is based in religion. Then you think of your Sabrimala issue. They are limited. They have restrictions on entering temple during the menstruation cycle. Similarly, the practice of triple talaq is also found in religion. So there can be various issues. Basis which you find that the role of women gets influenced in the society. And it is not an exhaustive list. It is just to give you an example that how it does. And again, there'll be exceptions, right? There'll always be exceptions. You do remember that, because you can find women coming from, say, very traditional conservative families and having the freedom, having the kind of empowerment that every woman needs, that they are putting in efforts, they're trying hard and getting better opportunities in life. So yes, there are always going to be exceptions, but this is the general trend that we find. Yes, so you talk about, say, your Manusmriti, how they talk about women, the status of women, right? So yes, you can talk about various scriptures. You can also talk about how it has been misinterpreted. You can think of your Ramcharitmanas as well. So you'll find both ways. But the idea is that these are the various factors which influence the role of women. Now, traditionally, the role of women was limited to the household sphere. She was the one who was supposed to take care of the children. She was the one who was supposed to take care of your nutritional requirements. She was the one who was supposed to manage the entire household. And also, with a few exceptions in agriculture, that generally women from the poorer households were engaged in agriculture as well. So they had that dual burden of work even in traditional times. So dual burden of work is not just limited to modern times, it was there as well. That they are the ones who are taking care of the household responsibilities and also contributing as labor in agriculture. But with modernization, what has happened is that the basic menial labor that was supposed to be done is now being replaced by machines. So women, you would see that over the years, with modernization of agriculture, you'll find a dip in women entering the domain of agriculture. But after that, what happened? After the modernization of agriculture, you find your industrial sector coming into picture. You find industrialization happening. Now, with industrialization, opened up new opportunities, new avenues of employment. And it was generally the male members of the family who migrated for those opportunities. And if you remember, we give that case of Bihar, example of Bihar, that it is the male working class population of Bihar that moves out of the state or moves out of the rural areas and take up occupation or take up any kind of employment elsewhere. And the rural areas are left to women, elderly, and children. And there you find that with this trend, with this increased migration, we find feminization of agriculture happening over the years. That now it is women who are involved in agriculture, who have to take care of household responsibilities, who have to take care of the other dependents, who have to take care of the elderly, the children, and also agriculture as well. And that is when we were discussing your feminization of agriculture. Yes, so this unpaid labor is not calculated, and yes, this is a debate that why the unpaid labor performed by women not calculated for that matter. Yes, so again, traditionally, the role of housewife and to a certain extent limited to agriculture and allied activities. So a family of weaver or a family involved in dairy, you will find that the women were also contributing to those. But again, it was limited. But with modern times, you find that the role of women is changing. And role of women is changing in every dimension. Think of the political role. Think of everyone having an equal right to vote. Think of women having the reservation in matters of representation. Now, they can be representatives as well, because previously you will find a few exceptions of women in power. If I ask you, you can quote from, say, Razia Sultan, you can quote from your Rani Lakshmi Bai, right? You have very few examples, you have only exceptions. But now you find that the role is changing, the political role is changing. They are becoming active parts of the of your movement of right to vote. They are voting in huge numbers, the voter turnout is more now. Then also they are becoming representatives. But again, you'll find that there are problems as well that we will discuss. Then you think of the economic role. Previously, they were not contributing to, say, the economic security of the family. But now, increasingly, more and more number of women are entering the work domain. They are taking up jobs in the industrial sector. They are taking jobs in your service sector. They're getting more and more engaged in agriculture. Now there is a talk going on. There's a discussion going on wherein they talk about calculating the unpaid labor performed by women. Similarly, on a socio-cultural level, you find that women have a better status. Yes, there are new problems that have come up, but otherwise, compared to traditional society, traditional Indian society, the role of women is now better. The status of women is now better in the society. Think in terms of the rising literacy rates in women. Think in terms of the increasing enrollment rate in schools of girl child. Think in terms of the cases of infanticide, female feticide and infanticide going down, the nutritional status getting better. So yes, the socio-cultural role is changing as well. Can anyone now suggest about the environmental role, how the environmental role of women is changing? Yes, so these problems, Mohammed, we will take up, like pink collar jobs, etc. We'll take up with problems. Right now, we are just talking about how it is changing. Yes, so women as activists, can you suggest a movement where it was primarily women who took up this fight, who took up this resistance for safeguarding our environment? Yes, Chipko, Narmada Bachao. Then again, if we talk about changing role of women with respect to environment, you'll find that women are the one who are being indiscriminately, or who are being, say, more, who are being affected more by the forces of climate change. And this is something you keep in mind and you think about it. How is it women who are getting impacted more by climate change compared to men? And in this way, you will find that the role of women has been changing over the years. And again, you remember from our very first lecture that it is always a process. You always have exceptions in sociology. Yes, we do find a few general trends that we stick to, but you will always have exceptions. Second thing is, everything is process. So this process is going on. The role of women is changing. So that's why we have not written change role of women. It is changing. More representation in the parliament, more voter turnout, for instance, more and more women becoming part of the labor force. So this is changing. And just with this changing role are coming new issues. There are various issues that are coming up. And what we'll do is we'll take up these issues one by one and try to think about the suggestions and the government interventions then and there itself. Yes, we have everything mentioned at the end, but we will try to take up these suggestions one by one. Wherever we discuss, we will take up those suggestions and government intervention. And what we have done is, now these are the problems that you are already aware. The problem related to ownership, that women not being given their right to property, even though legally, yes, they are equal heirs of the family property, but not being given equal share. Similarly, the problems related to dowry, the problems related to maternal mortality rate. So all these problems will be taken up one by one. And yes, what I've done is I have linked a few articles, a few pages here on the PPT itself. So I would want you guys to go through these during revision. We will leave a few questions unanswered, and that you would have to answer by yourself. Reading that particular article, so that you understand. I'll give the basic framework so that you understand that how various articles that find mention in your current affairs can be used here, and how can direct question be asked. So for example, they've asked about women and globalization. They've asked about women and poverty. They have asked about women in civil society. They have asked about women and poverty. Similarly, they can definitely ask about women and climate change, because climate change is not restricted to your paper 3. It can be asked in paper 1 as well in relation to women. Similarly, we find that health, a topic mentioned in our paper 2, and we just look at it exclusively. But what we'll do is we'll look at health and women. We'll look at women in the light of health. What can be the problems? What can be the various factors that determine health of women? Why? Because a direct question can be asked. They have done it to various sections, and they can do it in the future as well. So look at this report. India was ranked 127th out of 146 countries, which is miserable, even though there has been improvement in the past year, according to the Gender Gap report. And it was recently in the news. So just go through it, because we'll talk about gender parity in politics, related to the employment, because how many women are there engaged in any kind of paid labor. Then what is the status of women in your political sphere? How many women representatives are there in your parliament, etc. So on the basis of those factors, they have rated India, and the rank, you can see, is very poor for that matter. Go through this article just to get an overview, because one, it can be important from a prelims perspective, but otherwise this can be used as a fact to substantiate any of the arguments for that matter. So do go through this. I have left the link here as well. And even though you would have gone through it already, it was recently in the news. Now, various types of inequalities that we find related to gender. We were saying that on the basis of sex, society assumes, or society expects people to behave in a certain manner. But yes, people do not do that. Also, the kind of expectations that society has a very important role to play when it comes to your status. The expectations that society has plays a very important role. Just think about this. The society expects women to stay within the household sphere. And that's why you find that even though we talk about newer job opportunities for women, we're talking about their increasing political representation, but we still find it is at a mere number of 10 to 14, 15%. We do not find a widespread or large scale, say, representation of women in our political institutions. Think about the recently formed Karnataka Assembly. And it was in the news as well that there is not even a single women representative on the cabinet. So what is that? At the same time, we're talking about political empowerment of women, we find the numbers are too low, even though we have various legal provisions. And again, I will take it from my idea that I had given you in first or second discussion, wherein I was saying that social changes need not necessarily follow policy level changes. And we have given you various examples. The example of dowry, that is right in our faces. Prohibited, dowry is not supposed to be taken, but this is one of the most widespread practice that is going on, and irrespective of any caste that people belong to, irrespective of any religion or any society that people are coming from, just the scale differs. If you're coming from a poorer family, it might be, say, it might still run in lakhs, but then if you're coming from a rich family, then yes, it will run in crores altogether. But it is there, even though there has been a prohibition. Why? Because yes, politically it has been prohibited, but the society at large has not accepted that change, and that's why it goes on. So we always have to remember that it is not only political level or policy level changes that we have to suggest. We have to think in bottom up manner. We have to think of a bottom up approach, that how can we as part of this society can make these changes happen. So now let's take these various forms of inequality one by one and discuss. Yes, so Prashant is saying, and it is a very interesting argument, the way I was saying that when the governments are not able to do something, when the government does not want to do anything, they will find a way around. So for example, child labor restricted to child labor. Yes, child labor can happen, but it is restricted to non-hazardous industries. Similarly, dowry is prohibited, but taking gifts is not. Right? So governments have their own way of going about things. Okay, so let's take up these inequalities one by one. So these inequalities will range right from conception of a girl child all the way till their death. So from an unborn child to an elderly woman, these inequalities will range, and you'll find that there'll be inequalities in the basis of inequalities with respect to education, inequalities healthcare, inequalities in domestic responsibilities, inequalities in political responsibilities. So let's take them up one by one. The first type of gender inequality is natality. Now just understand it as birth. That when we talk about birth of children, and this is one of the social problems that we have been reading for years, so that female feticide basically is killing a girl child in the womb. So there are various ways of diagnosing that, whether it is a boy child or a girl child. And generally the society, because of various ideas, because of preference to a son, because of lower status of women, for various reasons, they kill the girl child. That is what female feticide. Before the girl is born, in the fetus. Then once, if they were not able to say or diagnose the sex, what they'll do is, once the child is born, if it comes out to be a girl child, they'll kill her. And this is not something that I'm making up, or this is not something you generally hear, but there are facts to substantiate this. So you'll find that the sex ratio, particularly sex ratio at birth and child sex ratio, is very low compared to your normal sex ratio. So normal sex ratio is now projected to be 1020. Always remember that there'll be various data sets. Now this data is coming from your National Family and Health Survey, so which is basically a sample survey. And you'll always find, and I have pointed out previously as well, you'll always find irregularities when you compare a sample survey data and the census data. So there'll be irregularities, but again, yes, it does give a finer picture, because rather than speaking or speaking in terms of speaking in vague terms, it's better to have some data to substantiate. So yes, this sample survey data might have a lot of gaps when you compare it to the census data that might come up in the future. But yes, right now this is what we have. So we cannot stick to the old 2011 census data. We have to keep improvising for that matter. So this sample survey, NFHS 5, talks about 1020 to be the normal sex ratio. What is sex ratio? Number of females per 1000 males. So it shows, or it reflects a positive sex ratio, that now we have more number of female members compared to male members in the society. But at the same time, you'll find that the child sex ratio is still at 9 to 9. Even your NFHS 4 kept it at 919, which was too low. Yes, there is a say 10 number jump from 919 to 929, but think about the gap. The child sex ratio, if you look at the children that are being born, you find the sex ratio to be 929 girls per 1000 boys. But if you look at normal sex ratio, it is 1020 per 1000 males. Now, with respect to this normal sex ratio, there can be various factors. Can someone think about this? So your National Family and Health Survey 4 was held around 2017, 16-17, and now this data of NFHS 5 is 2019 to 21. So there is a difference in year. Okay, so one idea can be life expectancy of women is higher. Yes, absolutely. 1020 is normal sex ratio in general population. Then think about, if the life expectancy is higher, just think about this, if the life expectancy is higher in your elderly population, wouldn't you find more females compared to male members? Don't you think if the life expectancy of women is higher, the male members will die sooner compared to female members, and you will find more number of elderly female in your population. And if you look at this, if you look at your elderly population, elderly sex ratio, you'll find it to be more than 1050. And this is how the average comes up to 1020. This is how your average comes up to 1020, that your female elderly population has more number of females compared to males, but your child sex ratio is still low. So our problem, yes, this is a problem, that we have more number of females who are basically dependent on others. There can be sexual violence, there can be other forms of harassment of elderly ladies, but this is also a worrying trend, because we are saying that we are becoming modern, we are having modern values. Now the society is more egalitarian, we are accommodating our women better, but at the same time we find that this child sex ratio is still a problem. And not just this, if you look at data from various states that has been provided here, if you look at data from various states, it has been falling in multiple states. Look at the state of Bihar, look at the state of Goa, look at the state of Himachal Pradesh. You find, if you compare NFHS 4 and NFHS 5 data, the child birth or the child sex ratio is on a decline. It is on a decline in more than 5 states, which shows that we still have biases. We still prefer a son over a daughter. And this is the problem with our social makeup. This is the problem with our social structure. That yes, we pretend to be accommodating our women well, we pretend to be more modern, we pretend to be more egalitarian, but this is what the reality is. Now with this, you think about the solution. One simple solution is change in mindset. If the people do not change their mindset with respect to girl and a boy, the things are not going to change. But what can be government intervention? Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao. What can be other kind of interventions that government can take up to improve this child sex ratio? To improve this child sex ratio, what can be other interventions apart from Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao scheme or the likes of it? We'll come to female feticide. Do not worry about it. We'll come to it. Incentivize female childbirth, providing reservation. So basically, you are hinting in the direction of women empowerment. That women empowerment can be the way out. Because just think about, and we will take up these factors in the next chapter, but just think about what can be the various factors that lead to preference of a son. Please do not go through the PPT and try to answer. Preference of a son. Why do you think in Indian society we find people or families preferring a son over a girl? Think about this. So yes, providing better nutrition. Sukanya Samriddhi Yojana, great. Okay, so let's think about preference of a son. So every family needs a hire, and generally the property is passed on towards the male side. Great. Inheritance property, yes, perfect. Then the problem related to dowry, great. Yes, boys are considered to be helping hands. Boys are considered to grow up and help the family in getting income. Great. So Sneha has written it in Hindi, but I'll tell you in English that the elderly generally are dependent, traditionally have been dependent on the son for their, say, security in the future. Helping hands, adding to income, great. Girls are considered as a burden because of, again, dowry, etc. Great. Patriarchal mindset of the society, perfect. So you are thinking in the right direction, and we will consolidate all these ideas in one when we talk about population. When we talk about population, we'll consolidate all these ideas. So the simple idea is, if you want to increase the child sex ratio, if you want to say incentivize a girl child, you can think of what are the various factors on the basis of which society gives preference to a son. Society gives preference to a boy. So we can target those factors. Then we can think of the role of government. So one idea is the child sex ratio is low. It is not only because of female feticide and infanticide. It is also because of malnutrition in girls. So all these things can be taken care of by the government as well. These, you do not have to remember these short forms. These are various states. So for example, BR is Bihar, GA is Goa, GJ is Gujarat. You do not have to remember. This is just to show you that it is not just that the child sex ratio is very low. It is also that you find a decline in the sex ratio in various states. This is to depict that even in states like Kerala, so we say that if we empower women, if we achieve good literacy numbers in women, if we make them aware, educated, it will ultimately help us. It will ultimately help us in increasing the child sex ratio or bettering the child sex ratio. But think about the state of Kerala. Now, Kerala is considered to be the most egalitarian state. Kerala is near 100% literacy, right? Better status of women. And you find that wherever we had exceptions, you found it in Kerala. Kerala and northeastern states of Manipur, Nagaland, etc. That wherever we are talking about matriarchal society, wherever we were talking about matrilocal, matrilineal society, you found these names there of these states. But you find a dip in the sex ratio in Kerala as well. So yes, these are exceptions for you to understand. Yes, women empowerment can be the way out. Providing education, awareness can be the way out. But yes, it is not the only way. So you have to approach in a multidimensional manner. So I hope you are getting this point. I hope you are getting this point. So if you want to check the child sex ratio, how do you do it? What are the various factors which impact this? And target them one by one. Great. Now think of the inequality Mortality related to death. Now, one idea is we are talking about the life expectancy in women to be higher. If the life expectancy is higher, we'll find more number of women in our elderly population. At the same time, we'll find that violence in women is widespread, violence against women is widespread. It is generally women. Just think of your old way of cooking food. Think of your unclean cooking fuel, like firewood. Now, who were the ones who have been the ones who are cooking food at home? It is the women. Who are more vulnerable to respiratory disorders? Again, women. So yes, there is going to be inequality in the matters of death as well. So you can think in terms of lack of medical intervention. Just think about a family, just to make you understand simply, just think about a family with limited resources, or think about your own family. If your mother, generally, she's the one who cooks the food. So if she has cooked food, what does she do? Is she the first one or the last one to have food, for instance? And you'll say she's the last one. Is she the last one to get any kind of, to purchase anything from market? And yes, you'll say she's the last one in the family. Is she more inclined towards compromising on various factors? And you'll again say yes. And you'll find that even when it comes to any kind of medical intervention, even if it comes to nutritional requirements, it is women who are always at the last, who are always last in the queue. Similarly, not just women. Think about a poor family who have resources to prayer or to send one child to school. If there is a boy child and a girl child, whom do you think the family will send to school? And the answer mostly will be boy child. Similarly, think of milk. And this is something that we have found prevalent in our society, that when it comes to various nutritional requirements as well, it is generally the boys who are given preference compared to girls. So obviously, with lack of nutrition, lack of medical intervention, they are more vulnerable to falling sick and ultimately death. Similarly, the maternal mortality rate, yes, we have controlled it. If you talk of your, global average, we are doing fairly well. There are few states who have achieved the sustainable development goal as well, as far as maternal mortality rate is concerned, but is still pretty high. Why can this happen? Maternal mortality rate, it is basically related to a pregnant woman giving birth, and how many women during this process of giving birth die. So you find the number is still pretty high. And you find that it is because of lack of institutional facilities. And yes, your NFHS has detailed data for this, but you don't need data for everything. So it is because of lack of institutional facilities for giving birth. It is because of lack of nutrition during pregnancy. It is because of lack of awareness of the family, that how you're supposed to do things, what kind of nutrition to be provided, when should a woman stop working in her days of pregnancy, etc. So these are the factors which lead to this high maternal mortality rate. Similarly, lack of intervention in elderly population. One is the elderly population as a group, as a social group, is more or less neglected. One. Second idea is we have more number of women in the elderly population compared to men, owing to their high life expectancy. And the third idea is we do not have adequate facilities to accommodate these women. And you'll find in various parts of the country, you'll find these elderly women begging for alms, living in pathetic condition. They do not even have, old age homes to go to. With the limited availability of these specialized institutions, with the limited availability of intervention from the government, you find that this elderly population is neglected. And these elderly women, one, they are dependent for their economic, emotional needs on others. Because think of these the elderly population now. You say elderly who is 60 years old, right? Your policy, your policy for elderly says whoever is 60 years old and beyond that will be considered older. Now go back 60 years from today. You'll reach 1960s. Now in 1960s, think about the job participation rate of women. Do you think most of the women were working there that time? And the answer would be no. Most of the women at that point of time were not working. Even today, if you look at labor participation rate, it is way too low compared to men. So these women do not have any kind of economic security. Now with their counterpart, with their partner passing away because of their higher life expectancy, you'll find that these women are left alone. Is there anyone apart from the family? Because generally it is the family, it is particularly the son who takes care of the elderly. But with the changing setup of Indian society, with the families nuclearizing, with people migrating to other areas, who is there to take care of these elderly? So because of that, mortality inequality. Similarly, think of violent activities, because when you think of women, it is the data is just about domestic violence in a married household. But think about this, the violence against women starts before conception and ends only after their death. Before conception, how? In terms of female feticide. After she is born, infanticide. She starts growing up, you do not provide her nutrition, you do not provide her equal educational opportunities. You start harassing her in the school. You start harassing her at the workplace at a later stage. You start harassing her within the household sphere as well. You beat her, you kill her for dowry. So there has been increased number of violent activities, and you'll find there are few states where this, and this is again based on the NFHS survey, you'll find that the levels of domestic violence is rising. And you have the example of Karnataka here, and you find that the level of domestic violence is rising. Similarly, Maharashtra, levels of domestic violence rising against women. And similarly, the matriarchal and matrilineal societies that we were talking about, particularly from your northeast, you'll find the levels of domestic violence very low because they have better status of women in the society. So all these lead to this mortality inequality. What can be the various solutions? Yes, honor killing at another stage, because if she marries outside her religion, marries outside her caste, honor killing. Yes, so mental health issues are again on a rise because of the consistent stress that they are under. Okay, someone's talking about today's news wherein a husband killed wife because she had more followers on Instagram. And that is pathetic. One is, when did we start this race for getting more and more followers? And seriously. Okay, and if you remember, during your lockdown, you had reports of higher domestic violence, higher mental health issues in case of women. Right, so you can think about this. What can be the possible solutions? What can be the possible solution? So for maternal mortality rate, there is one. What can be other solutions? Yes, so violence, they become a matter of war, right? So generally, the societies traditionally have been attaching honor to the women. And it is not honor in the form of respect for women. That is the irony. It is not in the form of respect for women. But you'll find that in matters of war, in matters of violence, it is generally the women who are more vulnerable. Yes, Prashant, there can be incidents of false cases with respect to dowry, with respect to domestic violence. Yes, it can be there. But we have to talk about general trends. So yes, Pradhan Mantri Matru Vandana Yojana, pension plans for women, for elderly women. Then again, any scheme related to women empowerment, any scheme targeting this, providing nutrition to women, talking about providing healthcare facilities, insurance. Think of your, if you talk about health, think of your Ujjwala Yojana, because now they can use clean fuel, because generally it is the women who cook food, hence more vulnerable to respiratory disorders because of unclean fuel. So you can think of various schemes. I hope, yes, you are. Free bus for women, great. Now, rather than using it here, you can better use these free bus services, etc., when it comes to working women, because generally they are the ones who would need travel on a regular basis. Yes, so one is government, then the other idea is your civil society. So examples of Me Too movement, great. Empowering them, informing them about their rights, helping them achieving whatever dreams they have, right? And the idea of empowerment will be taken up in the future. Need not worry if you do not understand what empowerment is. Great. So these can be addressed with various government initiatives and something from your civil society as well. Now think about health exclusively, because health is something that you will find a question on as well. Health is something that I have left a question towards the end. So health, one, is directly dependent on nutrition. Second, it is dependent on availability of healthcare. So think about nutrition first, and you'll find that anemia in women, and I think I have added the data here. So if you think about anemia in women, you'll find that 57%, and this is also according to NFHS 5, 57% women in the age group of 15 to 49, that is basically the fertility age, are anemic. Whereas if you compare to men, in men it is only 25%. And then there are more and more number of women who have below normal BMI. And below normal BMI, that is body mass index, you'll find that it is generally because of undernutrition. It is generally because of lack of availability of nutrition. Your calorie requirements are not getting fulfilled. Similarly, the problem of obesity, it is also one form of malnutrition. In malnutrition, in obesity, what happens is you are taking empty calories. You're not taking nutritious food, which ultimately leads to overnutrition and ultimately to obesity. Then if you talk about institutional births, on which your maternal mortality rate is directly dependent, only 88.6% of the women are going for institutional births. And again, if you talk about the rural-urban divide, women in rural areas are even more less compared to women in urban areas who go for institutional births. Institutional births is giving birth in any kind of institutional facility, like hospitals, like your primary healthcare centers, tertiary hospitals. Then think of the menstruation, because this is something related to women. So if you talk about various hygienic methods to be used during menstrual period, more than 20% of the women are not even aware, are not using and not aware of what kind of hygienic methods they have to use. So this is problem, or this is inequality with respect to basic facility. So one basic facility can be health, other basic facility can be education, and we'll come to education. So what can be the solution? For nutrition, you have Poshan Abhiyan. If you talk about anemia, they have dedicated programs. If you talk about maternal mortality rate, again, they have programs. So what you have to do is you have to link these various programs here, wherever you find a problem, because women can be asked in paper 2 as well. Women as a vulnerable section can be asked in paper 2 as well. So please do remember to link these schemes. We are not getting into these schemes because they'll become, say, very factual. And also, this is something you can easily link. So National Family and Health Survey 4 and 5, we are generally comparing the data between National Family and Health Survey 4 and 5. And also, even if you look at National Health and Family Survey 5, it is not complete. They have covered 17 states and a few union territories so far. They are yet to come out with the entire report. So again, once that is in news, please do remember to go through it. And also, there is an announcement that tomorrow, on the occasion of Independence Day, 15th August, you are going to have complete holiday for the day. There are no classes either in the morning or in the evening. So it's a complete rest holiday for tomorrow, and we will resume our classes on Wednesday. Then another basic facility is education. So literacy rate in women lower compared to men. If we talk about enrollment, still girls in the 15 to 16 age bracket, 8% of the girls are not enrolled in any school. Now, why would this happen? Why would this inequality happen? Can you suggest? And particularly, why this age group? Why would the girls start dropping out of school in this age group? Household work, great. Child marriage, absolutely. Economic problem in the family, yes, because with rising level of education, the expense on education increases. Lack of basic facilities, basic infrastructure availability in your schools. How do they travel? And if you see, you'll find that various political parties will give these bicycles to girls as before the election, right? And again, yes, so they primarily do it for your say as a populist measure, so that more and more people vote for them for giving out these handouts. But again, you see that these populist measures are also very well informed. These populist measures are also very well informed. That we find that lack of say adequate transport, so that's why giving cycle. Then again, for digital education, providing them with laptop, providing them with gas cylinders to target poverty, multidimensional poverty, right? So even though they might look like populist measures on the surface, but yes, they are very well informed. Yes, so the toilet problem you are talking about comes under the head of basic infrastructure availability in schools. What can be the solutions? One is your National Education Policy 2020 talks about Gender Inclusion Fund, and this Gender Inclusion Fund also covers your transgenders or the third gender. Then apart from this, Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao, what can be other schemes? Yes, so due to lack of security, or you can think of the increasing incidents of harassment in public. Once you start growing up, yes, Sarv Shiksha Abhiyan, etc. So basic facility inequality, what is the reason? We have discussed, and what can be the solutions. So basic facilities, Himanshi, we cannot talk about loans to women right now. This is something we can talk about in spatial opportunity. In spatial opportunity, because there it was limited to the scope of education. So be aware that which dimension are we talking about. And yes, you can definitely cite your cite examples from the particular state you're coming from, but generally you should be aware of the central schemes. So lack of spatial opportunity in higher education. But again, you find that more number of girls enroll in higher education compared to boys. This is according to your recent Acer report. But nevertheless, you find that they are more vulnerable to getting an opportunity for higher education because of various reasons. Because higher education, one, it becomes expensive. Then also, family with limited resources would want the boy to go and get education because they'll ultimately become helping hands. Then it can be because of early child marriage or early marriage. Then it can be because of, if you see, just related. So if we were talking about the inequality in terms of health or availability of healthcare facilities for women, if think about this, if the mother falls sick very frequently, who is the one who will take care of her household responsibilities? Because this is one of the other factors wherein the girls start dropping out. Because if the mother is sick, generally it is the girl or it is the female member of the family who will take up her responsibility. Rohan, your questions are being answered. I don't know if you have a particular question, please shoot. Yes, so girls primarily being thought of someone who will go and live with other family, with her in-laws, because of the patrilocal setup of our society. And that's why they think that they should be more aware of household responsibilities than your getting education or working outside. Then they do not get adequate training opportunities, and this reflects in the low labor participation rate of women. Compared to men, you find less number of women working even today. Why they are not skilled? Why they are not educated? Why there is a difference when it comes to literacy levels? Why they still have a lot of social stigma attached to work? What can be the way out? Training them. What can be the way out? Your gender inclusion fund that your national education policy is talking about. So these solutions are coming. And now again, just remember that when we talk about a cumulative solution for all the problems, they'll come from here itself. But why are we talking about particular problems or particular solutions? Because they can definitely ask a particular question. They can ask a question about the problems related to workplace, problems related to workplace in women. Yeah. Okay. So when it comes to professional inequality, you'll find low labor participation rate of women. Women, when compared to men, less number of women participate in any kind of paid labor. Then for the same salary, they have to work longer compared to men. They do not get equal income opportunities. Then now they are, initially they were, their harassment, their exploitation was limited to household sphere, because they were not to be found in public. They were not going out to work. Now they can be harassed in public because she is commuting from her home to her workplace. She can be harassed during that. Then also she can be harassed at the workplace. Exploitation at the workplace, sexual harassment at the workplace. And now this harassment is not just limited to your public and your workplace. Now this harassment can happen over the internet. She might be sitting very well, feeling safe inside the limits of her household, and she might still get harassed. And you find that most of the scams, most of the cyber crimes that happen are generally targeting women, particularly in India, because we find that women are the ones who will have, say, lower educational status, and they become easy targets for that matter. So then issues related to various kind of fake images that are being circulated. So there can be various problems. So now we cannot limit this harassment to public and workplace. This can happen anywhere, anytime for that matter. Then not getting equal opportunity in promotion. And this is the idea of glass ceiling. So glass ceiling is what? If you look through a glass ceiling, you can see through it, but you cannot reach it because there is a glass. So glass is something that you can see through, but you cannot pass through. So the idea of glass ceiling, not getting equal opportunities in promotion. Not just this, you'll find that when it comes to the idea of marriage and childbirth, this is one of the frequently asked questions during interviews to the female members, that whether you're planning to get married anytime soon, and if you're married, are you going to plan a family? Are you going to, say, give birth or planning family in the future? Why basis this, they'll take decision whether to whether to involve her or whether to, say, accept her accept her proposal for the job. This becomes an important factor, because with childbirth comes your maternity benefit act, comes your maternity relief, which companies think of as paid holiday for that matter. And basis this, they'll take decision, and it has become one of the most frequently asked question during the interviews. And now again, yes, there are various independent reports which talk about this. We cannot say that the government has, say, surveyed and found out, but yes, there are various reports that talk about this. Then the idea of pink collar jobs. Now think of your blue collar jobs that traditionally you relate to any kind of labor or manual work. People working in the industries are generally called blue collars. Then you think of white collar, people generally engaged in service sector, people who do not have to work a lot with their hands are considered to be white collars. Then there is this idea of pink collar jobs, Pink collar jobs means women being restricted to a few types of jobs. Think of any reception that you will come across. You go to a reception in a hotel, you go to a reception in an educational institution. More often than not, you'll find a woman there. You take a flight, your service staff, your air hostess. You think about your ground staff, that is basically generally engaged in services, providing services, again female. Then you think of your nurses, female. Think of your telecallers, female. That means what? That yes, women are getting better opportunities to work, but there are problems. They are limited to a certain few. They are limited to a few jobs. They are not being given promotion. They are not being paid at par with their male counterparts. They are sexually harassed at workplace. They are mentally harassed at workplace. These can be the various problems. Now think of any kind of job, and you'll find that generally in any kind of field jobs, you would not find women. Why? Because there will be problem related to travel. There can be problem related to public harassment. And keeping all these things in mind, because now the jobs demand you to be there. The jobs demand you to go meet a client somewhere. So that's why the government is talking about working women hostels. And herein you can talk about the suggestions related to women-specific public transport. So reserving seats for women and reserving compartments for women in your metros. Then you can think about providing cheaper tickets and free tickets to women, providing reservation in jobs, right? So yes, and then there are recently, a couple of days ago, I came across a company based in Australia related to e-learning, and particularly for the differently abled section. They work primarily in Australia, and it was one of the few examples that I've seen that where they had most of the jobs reserved for women. They had most number of female employees, and now again it is based in a gender stereotype as well, that it is something meant for the disabled section, and they feel that it is generally women who are more emotional, who have a very clear emotional and weaker side for that matter, and they will be more empathetic towards the differently abled. And that's why they have that. Yes, it is based in a gender stereotype, but nevertheless, they are promoting women, or they are employing women more compared to men. So thus, yes, there can be few examples related to that. Yes, Vishakha guidelines, women police station, 24/7 helpline. So there can be various solutions to this professional inequality. And also think about, at the heart of this professional inequality lies the skilling and the education. So we have to think about those factors as well. Then it comes to ownership inequality. Now you find that traditionally in Indian society, the property has been passed on to the male side. So it is generally the male members of the family who claim to be the heirs of the property, and which is one of the most important reasons of preferring a son over a girl, preferring a son over a daughter. This is one of the most important reasons, because they would want a heir to carry on their family name, tradition, etc. So this ownership is generally, you'll find that whatever land, etc., or family property you have, you'll find it in the name of the male members of the family. And looking at this report, you'll find that apart from a few states, the numbers are going to be very low. And yes, you have now even the daughter has equal rights over the land and property of the father, but you find it rarely being put in practice. Why? The family would say that yes, you go take this property, but then do not keep any relationship with us. You take your property and leave. One is they'll protest right at the beginning that we are not going to give you any share in the property. And the second point is, if you want to take the property, but do not keep relationship with us. Why? Because you asked for your rightful share. in the family. So yes, there has been a policy, there has been a law, but again, not socially accepted. And also there are various other ways in government incentivizes ownership of women. Can anyone think of the same? Anyone think of the same? The way in which government incentivizes ownership of women, of property and land. Just think about it. Yes, there is law, but yes, society is not accepting because this need not follow. Policies need not follow social change. Political change need not follow social change. This has been our point of discussion right from the beginning. Yes, so rebate in registration fee. And you'll find in particularly in cities, people now registering the property in the name of their mothers, sisters, wife, etc. Why? Because the government is providing subsidy. If you register in the name of a woman of 1 or 2%, I'm not sure that what is the exact percentage, but yes. Then related to this, if you're saying that professionally they are being treated unfairly, unequally, inequality is there, then they are not having ownership of any kind of property. And this leads to the idea of feminization of poverty. That even if you look at the poverty numbers, you'll find more number of women, more number of poor women compared to men. And there are various factors. Now, one idea is that there are biases within the family, because even if you look within a household, your various poverty indices, they talk about family level poverty. But if you look within the household, it is generally the women who are more vulnerable. It is generally the girls who are more vulnerable, who are more vulnerable to not getting sufficient health care, sufficient or say your educational opportunities. And also another idea is that if you look at your multidimensional poverty index, you'll find sufficient weightage given to a few factors related directly to women. Just think about this. There is a factor, if you look at multidimensional poverty index, which you need not worry about right now. We will come to this in the chapter of poverty. So one of the factors of multidimensional poverty talks about clean cooking fuel. Now, generally, it is the women who will directly get impacted by this. And you'll find that most number of people lag behind in that factor. And we will discuss that in detail when we come to poverty. But think about this, that feminization of poverty is the increasing inequality in the standard of living between men and women. Why? Because it can be within the household. Because even within the same household, poor household, generally women are not being treated at par with the male members of the family, which is called feminization of poverty. Just go through this, just read this. This can be cited as an example or somewhere to substantiate any of the statement. You can just go through it, read this. Now, next form of gender inequality is household inequality. This is something you know, that the disparity, marital disparity, is so that it is generally the women who have to take care of all the responsibility of the household. And with the modern role, with the changing role of women, now women are the ones who are going out for work. They are the ones who are taking care of household responsibility as well. As time and again, I give you this example. They are the ones who prepare the food for everyone, pack everyone's box, get ready for her office, go to office, come back, repeat. So dual burden of work. And we find to a certain extent things are changing. To a certain extent things are changing. Families are becoming more egalitarian now, but it is far from being equitable. They are far from being completely egalitarian. And again, it is limited only to urban areas. The condition of the women in your rural areas is still pretty much the same. Now, one thing is, you go through this article wherein they talk about the underrepresentation of women in politics and bureaucracy. So it is a good read. Just go through it. That will substantiate your arguments with respect to inequality of women in politics. That yes, they have right to vote now, but more often than not, they vote according to the family whip. They vote according to the will of the family members, and which is generally the eldest male members of the family. They'll say, this is the person whom you have to vote for. So yes, they do have right to vote, but they do not use it according to their own will. And yes, there can be argument once they're inside that room. It is up to them. It is up to them whom they want to vote for. But look at the levels of awareness. Look at the levels of literacy. You'll find that they are not even aware. What are their problems? And that's where we talk about the idea of empowerment. When we say empowerment, it has to start from the individual level. It has to start from within. The person first has to feel, has to know, has to understand that yes, I'm being discriminated against. Because if they do not feel so, and that is the case with most of the people, most of the women particularly, if they feel so, then only they can do something about it. So it is generally according to the family whip or her husband's viewpoint that she will vote. Then yes, they have right to representation. The numbers have been increasing as well, but then you have these concepts of that it is generally the male members of the family who will exercise the authority, who will exercise or who will take care of the responsibilities attached to their position. Now they do not have an option because it is, say, a reserved constituency, and they only have to keep a female member. Now you find that yes, they have to go for it because they ultimately crave for political power. Now in that process, you'll find that the women, yes, they get elected sooner or later, yes, fine, but they do not even go visit their office. They do not even go visit the office of the position that they have been elected for. And this is where you'll find that there has been a lot of inequality when it comes to women and politics. Yes, so like web series Panchayat, that is where I've taken this picture from. So just please do go through this article. It is an interesting read. We'll give you a few stats as well. So with this, what we'll do is we'll conclude this discussion today, and on Wednesday, because tomorrow is an off, tomorrow is a holiday, on Wednesday we'll take up other few issues related to women, and you can just go through them. This is something you already know. Most of the issues have been discussed here and there, and we'll quickly finish up our chapter on women and look into multiple questions related to women. We'll look into multiple questions, try to explain the structure, how to go about those questions. So with this, yes, happy Independence Day to everyone in advance, and please use your holiday judiciously. Try to write answers. The ones who have not written the weekly test, please go and write the weekly test. Okay, thank you everyone.